Good afternoon to you all. DRBMiller here. How is everybody doing? Today, on this soggy, miserable, wet, drizzly, drainy, cats and dogs type of day here in London suburbs, yet again we're enduring that dreadful drizzle, what we call our perfect English weather. In fact, we also call it our army weather. For all of you who served in the armed forces, you will know that expression. You'll be fully familiar with it because anytime you go out on the turf, guess what? It's going to be windy, it's going to be soggy, muddy, and with a lot of rain. So, what better day for us but to simply embrace video gaming and do our favorite activities here online. We are cracking on with Destiny 2, all of its expansions, everything included on Xbox Game Pass. We talked about this quite a bit of late, and I did tell all my friends and community members here that indeed we are experiencing enhanced graphics. The visuals, audio visuals, are absolutely mouth-watering. Never ever did Destiny look and feel better compared to what we have at the moment. I think some of our friends said it looked even better on the PC. I've not played Destiny on PC, so I wouldn't be able to comment, but certainly the latest update, which was released a few weeks back, did enhance the game tremendously, and they did confirm officially they worked on the next-gen illumination, so really when you are doing Shadowkeep you really can tell the difference. And to be frank, although I personally have been very much against the idea of vaulting, basically shelving the content from the Destiny New Light, and pretty much all the campaign missions and everything else will go to the vault on the 10th of November. I also feel that if you are doing them today, like myself, right, you're looking at Shadowkeep, you go to the moon, to the vaults, and to the altars, and do some other activities like the Lost Clusters, and let's say you migrate to Nexus or IO, and the first thing you will see is the background, the environment looks very, very different. It looks cheap. Shadowkeep and its interior was worked on by the proprietary teams of Bungie as they were obviously dealing with the original game, and they also reworked it with extra new content, with new clusters, new tunnels and everything else, and it does look like a proper Bungie product, yet the other certainly does not. And I've got to say, I've noticed this straight away when I played it for the first time on PlayStation a couple of years back, and it looks much worse today when you had 4th-gen graphics upgrades and with major illumination applied. You actually can tell the difference, because let's say you're in the tower, you're looking down on the city, it looks absolutely beautiful. You can see every single dot, every single detail. You go to IO, and if you were to expand or magnify the image, you look all kind of blurry, really. So, I mean, I can see that, first of all, there's a need for that content to be reworked. That's just a fact, and that's plain and simple. So I agree with that. And also, I think we got some news from Bungie in recent weeks that the content will not disappear for good. It will be vaulted, reworked on, and then accessed through some other means. That's something that I talked about here quite a bit. I wrote to Bungie saying you need to open up your Destiny archives with the chapters which will resemble maybe the Star Wars saga. You have different sorts of sections which you can access to different servers, and therefore you can entertain and engage with the content. And that will feel good, because the idea, certainly with Beyond Light coming out on the 10th of November, is for that Destiny universe to be fully integrated. So you'll get Cosmodrome, you will get the new character, Hanshaw I think is called, and he will be, or Shaw, Hanshaw, somehow, and he will be like our guide. So we'll meet him as soon as we wake up with the ghost, and he will be leading a group of guardians who is still resisting the invasion, and he will be like an in-game tutor. So that's a major difference to what we've had with the game from the beginning, because this was a game created for the community participation, for the multiplayer content, for everyone to learn as they went along and then share the knowledge. And therefore Destiny did not want to have tips or guides or tutorials. I think they probably realized that 7 years later the model is no longer working for the younger community membership, and particularly for the novice participants who would have come in through maybe some other strategy games or maybe some shooters and PUBG's style battle royale games. they want a quick way in, and I personally thought that allowing the massive leveling up was definitely not going to work. It's definitely going to anger people who were there for quite some time, and it just feels unfair, right? I mean, you spend like 3 years building a character, and then somebody comes in and they level up in a month. Well, that's just not really acceptable. And also, I think it will provide the new members with a kind of in-game guide. Perhaps this could be also optional, and I really would recommend Bungie to make it optional, similar to what we have in Ghost Recon. In fact, will come in as basically on default. Anyone entering could play it automatically, but you can switch it off. So in Ghost Recon, what they did, I don't know whether you played the game, they've done so-called the experience mode, and the experience mode is certainly for the veteran players, and probably best played if you already have gone to the game once, at least once. So you'll be familiar with certain terrain scenarios, and basically what you'll do is you'll go in and then you'll basically switch on that experience mode that doesn't have any tips or radar maps or anything, right? So I mean, you can choose a map, but it doesn't have to have a radar, and you'll have to rely on your own resources in the field. So what you see, what you hear is all that you will know. I really like that. I think this is really very close to real life, and you will have to play it on a very good setup, and you will need to have high quality headphones in order to hear the movement. The sound in Ghost Recon is beautifully reworked. It's much superior to what we've had in Battle Royale games. In fact, in some of the matches recently, I talked to Battlefield veterans, as well as those from PUBG and from Apex and from Call of Duty Warzone. We all complained about the discrepancy of the noise levels and the sounds as we get them, because in Warzone, I've not played it during the last couple of months, but certainly for a longer stretch initially, the problem there was you would have, let's say, cluster bomb attack, which is, let's say, 6-7 miles away, and when you are in a game, it feels like it's hitting you literally on your doorstep. It's next door, right? And you have people sneaking up on you. You can't hear them at all, right? And that's not fair. Also, if there's a firefight or something else breaking out, it appears to be, well, on the sound levels, as if it was happening literally next to you. So you do not have that degree of spatial kind of sound difference, as it's been reworked. It's been reworked in Ghost Recon. People complain about some of that initially. And so with the experience mode, you're getting that perfect setup for you to explore the terrain, to enjoy the game as you should. And also, most importantly, you'll be out in a field. You will be like that person out there, dropped in the middle of nowhere, and then trying to find out, basically how to get to a certain point, how to complete the objectives, how to complete missions, and that's very, very enjoyable. So I would highly recommend to Bungie to do something similar, which means for the veteran players who are not interested in the guide, they would need to switch it off or bypass it one way or the other. Anyway, we'll see how it works. I think the description I've just given you with the experience mode that was introduced by Ubisoft and Ghost Recon is certainly a very, very good way for some of these games to, on one hand, rope in other community members and people who want to be doing it in a multiplayer. On the other hand, providing also a setup that is going to be quite easy to use for younger or newer novice members who joined in order to learn. Because Destiny is a very complicated game, and although it appears to be just like a loot and shooter, it does have very many ins and outs, most importantly with the collection of loot and also with the upgrades, with modifying, with the way you kind of build your character. It does take a lot of time and practice, and certainly for myself, I was blessed with my community. People helped me from the word go. In fact, we've had a very good friend and a long-term community member, Sniper King, popping in the other day, and after quite a few months, probably for more, I'd say probably we have not talked probably since the beginning of this year, and he told me a little while back, when he started out on Destiny 1, it did take him anything between 18 to 24 months to kind of get the full grip on the game. And he did say that at the time he was not playing that much with other community members because Twitch was not as well developed, and there weren't any other forums to stream live and bring people in. So therefore he could just rely on his mates, and the mates were usually at work or doing something, and therefore they couldn't always do things together. And he said that he felt that the forum I provided here on my channel was making people, first of all, very much welcome to the Destiny community, and also enable them to learn really quickly from others. You know, people who talk together live online, or watch our streams and then connect. So he said that he felt I learned in 3 months what he would have done in 18 to 24 months. And I agree with that. It was really just a perfect learning experience. I want to give you an example. The reason for that was the way Destiny 1, the game, was basically built. It was there for people to get together and help each other. If you didn't have that help, you would have serious difficulties in completing certain tasks. And even if you went through walkthroughs on the internet, you would find it difficult to know exactly where certain enemies would respawn, at what time, what you had to do in order to get, let's say, to the level of a pinnacle weapon. All better done in a team, and particularly with people who already completed these tasks. So I think the Bungie development team is altering the course somewhat, and they probably will want to provide a variety within the universe. On the other hand, don't forget, with Beyond Light there will be a backlash, because suddenly from this unbelievably vast game with lots of different avenues of inquiry, exploration and activity, we will be downsizing. Don't think that the new campaigns will be excessive or very large in number. They will not, and they're working under severe restrictions due to COVID pandemic, which means we may have little content coming in right at the beginning, and a part of that will be also joining the old world of Destiny 1 with this universe, so that we have everything more or less participating in one arena. And the first step will be with Cosmodrome being brought back. I'm not sure if Plaguelands also brought back. I think they are, and I'm very, very excited to see what they're going to look like visually, because all I've seen so far has been PvP related, because the Crucible and Gambit are absolutely the most popular activities that are being played here on everyday basis. Personally, I don't know why, because I feel all the other activities are providing a much greater sense of satisfaction, lengthy grinds, good rewards. I find generally the PvP in Destiny to be average. It's for those people who like primarily death matches, very tight maps with a lot of adrenaline, and quick kills, quick scores, that sort of thing. Also, Destiny PvP is very much dependent on your internet speed, which is not always the case with PvP games. Well, it is with the severity of it is not always the same, right? It's always going to be affected if you're on a slow internet, but you're going to get lag, and therefore you get killed quickly, and it all. Talked about it here many times, and therefore I guess people like it because of the adrenaline levels. And on the other hand, there have been lots of seasonal tasks tied in with the Crucible, so you would get lots of good rewards, you would get a lot of extra loot and stuff that you can use in the game, also with leveling up and going up in your power level. So all this will be very much part and parcel of the new content, and I really think that Destiny is providing something for everyone, and that is always going to be truly appreciated. So right, we've heard and we've seen a couple of days ago from Bungie, and I've been recommending to everyone to watch that video that's giving us the new PvP weapons and all that is to follow, really, with Beyond Light. We don't really know what grinds and what activities will be there in order for us to use them, but nevertheless it all looks very, very good. It looks very exciting, very much as expected, really, from that section of this wonderful loot and shooter. And then also we've heard that everything is ready for the launch on the 10th of November, and the big day is coming closer. We're less than 4 weeks away from it, so we are all very excited. And to spice it all up, we are doing Season of the Lost. As you know, Ava Levant is back, and she will be running the season until the launch of Beyond Light. So this is a very good chance for people to collect a lot of new loot, and also to get to pinnacle weapons, as well as fantastically beautifully designed masks and I have to say you have, I think, 14 ornaments which you will pick up in there, and the ornament, this is a very, very good invention, because previously when we wore masks, we kind of lowering down the capacity, the power level capacity of our players, of our guardians, and now we've got ornaments. So you wear one hood which is of a particular level, which could indeed be upgraded and infused if necessary, and then you're basically throwing in ornaments that are changing the appearance. So my character in there, as you could see, looks incredible. I'm very, very happy with the Exile Stranger mask that I'm wearing. But the mask we already wore for the last 2 sessions, and then today we'll choose another one, because guess what? I collected already about 10, so we have plenty of choice. For Petra, we have Master Rahul, we have Drifter, but also some other baddies, and I think today maybe we'll wear one of the baddies, and let's see what that character is going to look like. Also, I really like the chest piece. I think it's one of the most magnificent ones in here, and it does really remind me of some of my favorites in other universes, most notably Assassin's Creed and, you know, the medieval type of RPGs, because it's just very much reminiscent on some of those coats that the knights and the noblemen of that era would be wearing when on parade or attending some sort of celebration. I had a wonderful weekend. We had no broadcasts on last 2 days, as I've been extremely busy with some non-gaming related activities. I went on a very, very lengthy walk the other day to one of the neighboring towns. In fact, I walked for 7 hours, which was quite good. It's not really my personal record, because I had sometimes treks that would be 12 to 14 hours or even longer. But considering my age and the current environment we live in, this was pretty good, and I wondered whether after the entire 7 hours of walking I would feel some degree of discomfort with my ankles or muscles or anything else. And I'm pleased to confirm that I felt absolutely none at all. And I was very surprised, because during the last 8 months I've not been able to do my regular swimming. I swim 5 times a week in my local swimming pool, and it's basically, due to COVID restrictions, closed, so there's no chance. And also, let's say if they reopen, I would not go there, because the damp air is definitely carrying the high degree of contagion. The virus spreads through droplets, and damp air is definitely very, very bad for everything we try to do so far in order to curtail, to restrict, to tame this dreadful pandemic worldwide. And you've seen that as soon as the damp air came back to Europe, the contagion levels just went up and up, and we are facing a very, very bleak prospect of second major lockdown on the continent and over here in the United Kingdom. And I'm fully prepared here for basically not being able to go out at all days on end. And I'm very, very happy that I have my new Bravia setup, which is serving me phenomenally well. I'm enjoying films and video games every day in abundance, and there never ever has been a better time for me to engage with those two fields. So very, very happy and fortunate, as I believe, blessed really with the fact that I was able to acquire it at the most difficult time that we all had experienced in our lifetime, really, and many more difficult days to come, as we know, with the economy plummeting and businesses folding and all kinds of uncertainties looming on the horizon. But maybe once we get through it all, and we will get through it all, we are going to be winning in the end. Maybe we'll have also the other side arising, which is people becoming a bit more humane, a bit more attentive, a bit more caring. We had seen that after those 2 dreadful world wars, where the destruction was being imposed on so many different people worldwide, and we did discover that after that lengthy period of suffering for 4 years and for 6 years, which is unbelievable, isn't it? It's about 25 years in between, and the suffering was increased by 1/3, 2 years extra on top of everything else. We had observed humanity to have taken a different direction. People were a lot more kind and caring after that lengthy period of suffering, and we've had lots of different enterprises and social structures emerging in consequence. So hopefully we are going to be witnessing the same, because in my opinion, for somebody who has lived in a global capital most of his life, our life had become completely inhumane. It's just, I mean, it's hard to tell as to why, because this is just like one factor, but there have been many different things happening globally and domestically here in our beloved country that have been affecting everyone, and that includes all classes, all kind of ethnic backgrounds, all religions, any type of inhabitant or citizen of our country, and as it goes, any other country on the planet. And it's just to do with the fact that everything had been developing very fast. The technology had reached these heights which were previously unseen, never previously known to man, and then it had its own collateral, with the economy, the way people behaved, access to the revenue, the way the social systems changed, why the trading and economy was organized. All of that had affected us greatly, and therefore our life in a big global center became unlivable for a variety of different reasons. So I'm not going to go into this at the moment, but I'm hoping that after a lengthy period of suffering and a lengthy period of all of those liabilities which we are facing at the moment, perhaps we are going to be having an afterthought, and we are going to be considering how to live in order to make our lives better, how to enhance the lives of our neighbor, of our loved ones, to a degree to which life will be enjoyed. It won't be just that stress about chasing the bills and running the rat race, as we call it over here. So coming back to Destiny and my weekend, we didn't have any streams during the last couple of days, and there's one game I tried on free play, and that was Saints Row 4 Re-elected. I have to admit, I did see some trailers and some footage for the game a little while back, and didn't really catch my eye, but once I tried it on Saturday, I was absolutely hooked. The game is incredible, it's so enjoyable, it's so funny, and quite frankly it combines two games that I greatly admire and love, played over the years: GTA, Grand Theft Auto, and most importantly Fallout. And also you have the elements of kind of sci-fi space invader type of environment as well. So it's three things together and working perfectly hand in hand. Audio-visual enhancement for the Xbox Game Pass, well, it wasn't Game Pass, it was like for Xbox One, was really absolutely terrific. It was a remastered version. It looked tremendous, and I really enjoyed the dialogue, the activity, and I just couldn't leave the game. I played it literally all the time until today, and reached really some formidable levels, completed lots of achievements which are contributing to my Hall of Fame on Xbox. We are running this competition. No chance that in about 10 days I'll be able to reach 10,000 gamer points, but maybe I'll come to about 2,000 or 3,000. We'll see. I think I've gone to about 500 so far, so that's really quite formidable. Probably the best I've ever had. We didn't really play it for long, but I'll tell you one thing: if you're doing these competitions with Gamerscore, you have got to choose the games that are giving you a lot of different achievements. It's very important, and you can check it out on the internet to find out which games are giving you, I guess, as many as possible within a shortest time possible. Destiny is not that sort of game, and the reason for that is they've done the in-game loot being the actual achievement rather than the achievements you'll get per console. And it's important to conceptualize. You would have seen some puzzlers and some RPGs giving you loads of the achievements and rewards, but then you're not getting the same kind of in-game reward, which is the part and parcel of Destiny 1 and 2. So we are getting pinnacle weapons, we are getting bounties and emblems and all sorts, but in terms of the achievements, it's very little, So I play Destiny 2 on Xbox now for, let me think, 7-8 months, I think, altogether, and I didn't get a single achievement, even one. Yet within the game I progressed rapidly forward from maybe 300 power level, the light level, to 1025, and I collected lots of pinnacle weapons and many good things, exotics, etc. So Saints Row Re-elected is a very good game, and I was delighted to see that it was offered on a price of £3.25. So I didn't really go that far during the weekend, but as I realised there was this special offer, I snapped it up. So I got the game in my library, £3.25. I can play it at will whenever I want. That is why Playday sessions are so important. Every week we get 3 to 6 games that are offered to us free of charge. On average, they're about 3 games, and you will always find something for everyone, right? So this week there was a platformer, there was this sort of immersive RPG open world, Saints Row, and then there was the third game, which was a driving game. And depending on your preference, you could choose one of these. You can crack on with the activity. But I have to say, it did happen to me quite a few times during the last 6 months that I would have played a game and I felt, wow, why is this weekend ending so fast? I really loved the game. Had a look on the offer, because every time the game's thrown in for free play days, you'll have a special offer. You will get it through massive discounts on Xbox Gold and Live Gold. You really always have to look it up, and then you will be rewarded with a very, very good price. And I got the Division 1 for free recently on the monthly Games with Gold. Then I had the Division 2 on Xbox for £3.75, another game with a massive content, and you don't get the seasons, but everything else is in it. And then I had the Saints Row for £3.75, and also purchased some other smaller indie games, some puzzlers and some adventures. And they were priced 95 pence, 125. The top price was I think 3.25. So considering that I can't get even a sandwich in my local area for 3.25, I think it is a no-brainer. And never ever were you able to build your library of games to such extent as we can today. And I think altogether, with freebies and everything else included, I think I acquired like 175 games since February, because I've gone back to Xbox in February. Previously we had 2 years on PlayStation 4, and then I did not play on Xbox for a few years due to various issues I had with my gamertag. There was a problem with the import of 360 gamertags to Xbox One, and for whatever reason there was a technical fault in which I could not see my achievements and the games I completed and all that. So it did take a little while to resolve, and that really was quite off-putting, and therefore I didn't really do anything for a while. But all well, really. It turned out in the end, and I've had both of my consoles up and running now for quite some time, and most beautifully, I've got everything plugged into my Bravia setup. So unlike before, where I had to be changing my setups in order to stream from a particular console or my PC, today I've got everything plugged in. My Bravia has, I think, 8 HDMI inputs, and therefore I can simply crack on with everything at will. And we can even swing. Let's say we've had half dozen veterans popping in saying, well, we'd like to really crack on with some strikes or other ferocious activity in Destiny 1 on PlayStation. I'd say, well, no worries, we'll just switch you on, give us 5 minutes, and we'll just, even less than 5 minutes, a couple of minutes, and we'll just discontinue the broadcast and go and start one from PlayStation 4. So very, very easy to swing. We can obviously tailor it and adapt it according to the number of participants. So I'm no longer am I putting PS4 or Xbox on my title in here, because I have seen and I have heard that some people did not want to participate or did not want to watch the stream because they noticed, he's streaming now on Xbox and I'm on PlayStation, and I'm therefore boycotting the whole thing. Well, we're not going to really make it visible on Twitch whether it's coming out of Xbox or PlayStation, because at the end of the day, if you've had half dozen participants coming in wanting to join us, we are going to be able to do that any given moment in time. So if anybody wants to come in, we can obviously swing and indeed play either of the games on PlayStation or Xbox, depending on the interest. Also played some other adventure games and platformers. All of those have been bought through the special offers on Xbox. Agent X is the one I'm enjoying at the moment. It has about 5 different chapters, already gone down to I think the 4th, and it's a bit of a kind of puzzler stroke adventure game. Nightcall I played. I still not finished it. A terrific game that gives you a perfect picture of the present day and age France and Paris. You play a taxi driver who had been suspected of being involved with a serial killer in Paris, and he comes from a very, very difficult background, or I should say dubious background, and therefore you really follow both him and his passengers, and you get to know all about France of today. It's really absolutely amazing. If you have a chance, definitely snap it up. It's available on Xbox, and you can get it through Microsoft Store with ease. And what else? I played loads of different games, so I need to have, I need to go through the list. But you know what? Considering that we talked a bit, we've given you some introduction. We don't have any other news. Well, we have lots of news coming in on Xbox One, but I spent about 2.5, 3 hours the other day on Saturday going through the motion of highlighting some of those novelties. And I think today we'll just literally focus on some serious, ferocious action which is tied in with Season of the Lost. So let's just crack on with all that we like doing the best here, which is obviously our gameplay in Destiny, and it will be Warlock Human Male, played by DRBMiller, as always. Well, Infamy is here for the taking. Gain additional Infamy rank points. I'm feeling mighty generous today. How about I sweeten the pots a little? For a short time, earn bonus Infamy rank points. So remember that if you're doing Gambit, you'll get doubles. And I think some of it will be tied in with Season of the Lost. We have to see. I've not gone this far yet. And I need to see something else, which is let me see, do we have much admin to do? I don't think there is a lot of it. Oh, the bounties have expired. Okay, right, so nice and easy, we can just simply go to Ava and then collect all that is necessary. No, I sorted this out the other day, I remember. Look at my Exostranger Masked Guardian. Well, I'm very, very much in awe of the outfit, aren't you all? Look at it. And look at my new Sparrow. The Sparrow looks like a meat cleaver. It's really odd looking. But I tried to blend in all the colors so we are all on the same page. That includes my ghost and my mask and everything else. We'll change the mask for today. We'll put something else on because Exostranger is a rare ornament. I picked it up the other day and we wanted to have everyone fully introduced to this wonderful character from Destiny 1. Exostranger is coming back in Beyond Light, and I believe she will be pivotal in pulling the strings around the story. So why not remind everyone that Exostranger needs to be revisited? And if you want to find out who she is, well, first of all, look it up on YouTube, play some of the cutscenes, or revisit the original game. And if you want to do that, then send us a tweet, drop us a message, and make sure that you bring us in so we can really form a fire team and explore some of those wonderful activities. We actually can't wait to see some of those in Destiny universe, and Cosmodrome is coming back with its patrols and strikes and everything else. That will be terrific. In addition to the moon that's been introduced already through Shadowkeep. Really excited about all that just to follow. So without further ado, the time now is for us to go back to the tower, speak to Ava, collect some of the goodies, get some bounties, and then crack on with our activity in Haunted Forest. And I could see that I did not complete last week terrors. I think I was down to about 19 on Saturday, and then we didn't really have anything on Sunday. Didn't have anything on Monday and Tuesday, and therefore I missed it. So that's very annoying. I should have to remember next time to complete. But the trouble with killing terrors in Haunted Forest was more to do with my teammates, because they were all racing. All of them are randomly selected on matchmaking, and therefore they were all snatching my kills. Quite a few of them were also on faster fiber optic, the fast internet than myself, and ultimately it meant the hits would register first. You will know that in PvE, if they are much faster than me, I will get no scores, and that's very visible. I think it's probably the most visible in Gambit. Anytime you have what are they called? I certainly can't remember what you need to call them. The things which you deposit, the modes, right? You got like 20 modes scattered around you, right? And I'm running towards them. I'm walking over them, and next to me is another player, and he picks up 15, and I pick up 1, and I was there first. That tells you the lag's killing it. And that's happened in Gambit a million times. It was very frustrating because I couldn't really reach certain levels due to that, and it didn't matter really. Whatever I did, there was a 2-second lag on the mod collections, whilst with the other guys it appeared to be more or less instant. So very, very frustrating, and that's one of those things that it's Ego Talon Koito Farms on my ship, as you could see. And I thought I changed my ship. Why is this ship on? Something's not quite in there. Let me see. I thought I used another ship. That would have been... was it the third tide? Was the third tide, yeah. No, it wasn't actually. I have just modified it. Technical meltdown looks like an insect, I think. Yeah, I really don't like that one. Not my cup of tea. What's this one?
I swear it was right here.
Ikora's Resolve.
Nothing but fear-mongering and nonsense.
Well, that's not bad. I quite like it. Looks deadly. Well, we'll keep our ship as it is presently. The reason for that is Shadowkeep, and Alan is the fallen. We still need to collect all of his stories. So all of that's been sorted. I don't think I need to worry about my kit. All of that's been resolved last time we were here. Yeah, I quite like this weapon. What's this? 1020. Yeah, that needs to be enhanced. Ah, it's more or less alright. What's this? Let me see. Well rested. XP gains. Prime attunement. You can always double check all of those whenever you have time, but presently what we want to do is we want to crack on.
Let's see.
So I'm not curious about the masks. What are the masks that I do not have? Let me see. We have Masquerader's Hood. The masks you pick up come across as ornaments, and that will come here under the appearance section. So you could see we have Varric's mask. I really like Varric's mask, I have to say. Very, very good. And whereas I can't see him. Something's not right in here. Come on, my Guardian. The lag is just unbelievable here on Destiny Service 4. Ever since the game appeared on Xbox Game Pass, it's been maddening. You can see this, it's reading, and not giving us the character. Looks like the game crashed. Yeah, the game crashed. Happened to me the other day. I was doing the inventory, suddenly I appeared in the Crucible or in one of the activities, the PvP activities, and then the game crashed immediately, so I've no idea what's going on, but it must be to do with the game occupying too much space on the servers. And also, let's not forget, with Season of the Lost kicking in, we've had many more participants coming back to Destiny and wanting to get these weapons, and I've heard from some of our veterans that they are only coming in from time to time. A bit sad to see this, but on the other hand, it is to do with the grindy, repetitive content. The 2 seasons we've had this year didn't provide us with anything significantly new, and with exception of the first mission, or the cutscene, which is generally very short, and everyone who's completed some of those tasks previously didn't want to come back. And I guess people got tired. If you do the Crucible or Gambit or Iron Banner or any other activities many times, then you find it to be a bit pointless because you've done it all before. And I guess specifically if you don't have your full team on board, if you are doing it together with your team. My brother played World of Tanks for quite a number of years. He built several clans, and he said, well, it's the same activity, but every single time you play against a different team, it's a different match because they have different tactics and strategies, and it's always interesting. And I think it is down to the team. If you're doing it with randoms, it's not the same sort of thing. And I don't know whether you guys watch other streamers who do Destiny or PvP games. You will always find that these streamers will have their teammates fully on board for most of their stream matches, and it's just true joy to watch because they have the tactics and you can hear the comms and you can do everything, and that's really very good, compared to see this is that lag. See this? The characters are not fully read. It takes such a long time to information fully recognized, and that's very annoying. So, no, it's not. Well, I'm doing the wrong thing. I need to talk to her first, and taking a long while to get the character up and running. See? It crashed in there beforehand. Oh yeah, okay, so we got it. Now we'll look at the mask appearance, and then I will be looking at the barracks. I love this mask. The mask is absolutely awesome. So what we'll do is we'll do a bit of a screenshot selection here. Take the screenshots of every single mask. I'll beg your pardon. Oh, this mask, it's incredible. This is so well designed. Look at this. And that would be Scorn mask. Really cool. Jack-o'-lantern. We've lantern many times in the original game. Looking really cool. I shouldn't really do this. Look at that. His sword's broken. I quite like that. The Goblin mask is also awesome. The Vex mask. And then we have Drifter. Vision of all we collected so far. We worked really hard, that has to be said. Fractured Traveler mask. I like this one. This is just a bit like I'm not sure. It's like the Thousands mask. This is really odd. Look at this. Really odd. Quite like it though. Bit chilly, bit kind of scary. Looks up and of Eris's making. Dominus Ghoul mask. Look at him. Dominus Ghoul. And we said today we'll resort to Scorn mask. So Scorn mask it will be. We've not had donned, so that's what we'll have today. Exostranger will go to, well, I shouldn't say go to the vault because people might misunderstand. Look at that. That is great. Okay, so that's so we don't have enhancement cause, but we need to strive towards that. Infuse. Discipline mod is there. And then we have enhanced scatter projectile. Vampiric touch to be significantly increasing damage to challenging enemies. Precision kills trigger health regeneration, increased chance. That is applicable just for the Haunted Forest, Season of the Lost, I swear, but do use it if you go to the forest. And these one, seasonal content. So this upgrade will need to take place, and I need to be doing this on all of my armor. So that's sorted. Okay. And so I have, yeah, that's all. So here it is 3, optative is there. Fusion rifle as well. Let me see the fusion rifle, just if I modified it. I think I did. Yeah, I did. We have boss specs in there. I'm alone. Cool. It's Lakshmi's weapon.
I wish I could talk more, but I am working now.
And in here we're keeping this sword for. I think I probably need enhancement core. Upgrade module I need. Well, I don't have any, so the only thing I can do at the moment is quite good. Bounties. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So everything we can pick up from her. As many as truly in line with everything season. You want to be. Oh yeah, that's right. Today we'll complete cash grab. We have cash grab, cash cow, and cash galore. It's 15 and I think 35 and 50 or so. Well, don't forget you need to be farming. You need to be farming for those deciphers, and they could be done in the Crucible and Gambit. So we'll need to do that. We'll start with the Crucible today. And epic mystery bag, chocolate coins. Probably keep my candy for these. I just feel that these exotics are not all that much. Don't know whether you feel that. Vehicle, ship, and that restless shell. I mean, this. Yeah, what's that shell gonna do? XP gains by 10%, loot from public events and destinations. I mean, okay, it's not too bad, but still, I think it is not as great as it should be for that sort of seasonal content. Okay, so that's done and dusted, and then we need to see whether we got anything from Shax. We should, because the Crucible is going to be. Hang on, what was this thing there? One bounty left from him.
I missed you all so much.
Arc Supers. Okay. Down to the weapon. 40%. That's my and go to our. But mind you, we can still see if we got some experience points in there. Not that many really. But we managed to get one engram. One kinetic weapon. Let me see what this kinetic weapon is, curious. escape velocity 1019. No, it's not too bad. Stay sharp, he says. Indeed, sir, shall. And I shall be there. Shall be. Right, so this weapon needs to go in the vault. We have some other stuff that can go to the vault. Okay, I'll keep this for now. And this as well. What's this? Kaleidoscope. Kill tracker ghost. Because they have they're sort of area specific trackers there for glimmer and for various chests, and they'll pop up on your radar, so that's very useful. Remember to I always forget about that, but remember to use a location specific. Okay, I don't need to bother here. I just want to see whether we can unlock another. I can't really. Still need to yeah, we need to beef up on activity. We do want to have that oppressive darkness, and that's causing damage with the void grenade, adding a weakened effect to combatants. Captain Jack recommended it. He said it was the best mod out of whatever, however many we get here. It's 1, 2, 3 out of 25. I definitely want to have it. So we need to really persevere with some of the matches in the Crucible, and then we are going to be able to do it. Okay, so let me see. I've got, I think, this mask. I'm into ritual mask. I really like the mask. Looks very good. So you could see something out of Mass Effect, really. Mass Effect we've got on EA Play, and the trilogy will come to Xbox Game Pass in November after the 10th, when we get the new console. But irrespective of that, if you are a subscriber to the Ultimate, you are going to be getting free access to 70 plus games coming from Electronic Arts. I urge everyone to play Mass Effect and Dragon Age, and also Dead Space. These are some of the best games that they have in there. And if you never played Mass Effect, and if you're a Destiny fan, you will absolutely be in awe of it. It's one of the best space operas ever made, and shoulder to shoulder with the Knights of the Old Republic and with Destiny. So let me see. Helmets, this one needs to go in. That's all sorted in here. We'll have Dreambane robes, and we have Hold Fast robes. Okay, these ones will stick in. Lunafaction. Yeah, that's all done. But I need to see whether there are any doubles in the vault. Any doubles, and we can then delete. You know, it does feel like winter's coming. The temperature's dropped in the area, and it's been quite cold at night, like 4 or 5 degrees, which is a huge difference compared to the way it was. But I kind of prefer it. I prefer cooler weather than that hot, damp air. Alright, so what we got here in the doubles? We have escape velocity. No enhancement cores, but looks of it, none. We have some other doubles in here. Main ingredient is a spare. Don't see anything else. No. Oh, no, we've got 2 of these. So that's 1019, 1017. Not really necessary to keep both of these in there. These are not really doubles. This one is with arc, and this one is with solar energy levels. Oh, this is a double. So, oh, they're even exactly the same power. I think I know. I know, just void and well, not gonna matter. I want to keep void. Void is my preferred subclass here. 3 of these, 4 of these. What is going on? Hold fast. Hold fast, and what's the last one? 1018. We definitely don't want hold fast 4 times in here. Once is more than enough. Extra boots, 1014, 1005. Well, 1005 is sent to oblivion. Several of these bonds. 6, 19, 18. I can get rid of that one. And that one. That's still no enhancement course, but that's a bit disappointing. The rest is in order. Alright.
Why can't those rookies in the Crucible be more like you?
Why can't those rookies in the Crucible be a bit more like you? Well, hard best. Crucible token, new weapon, kinetic weapon we've got. Okay, didn't really go up the ladder as much. Probably about 1080. Kinetic weapon, feeling, I think. I'll even 10, but 1023 is definitely a bit more clean. And we'll use. Up. He'll be defending it all with valor.
That sounds like a speaker's tale.
He speaks one of the it is said on our friend Lord Shactful. Well, we need to take one screenshot before we depart. We'll go to the bounty, thing is properly hid, and then Crucible it will be. There's different areas than you think. The reworked and developed it tremendously. The old days would be a bit more linear, but now you need to go this out, so it really is going to bring you into different sections of the game in order to get that loot. Right, so and we don't have Trials of the sequel so far, and I need to range with control it is, therefore we are ready to depart. So it's action in the Crucible. Right, Exodus Blue it is.
Control.
I'm not sure what they caught that really pretty sight. Bit difficult sometimes to capture. Capture and defend Guardians.
Zone C captured.
Came down on his Sparrow. Excuse me.
Zone A captured.
What's that just doing in there? Didn't pick it up.
Keep the pressure on.
Oh, he pick it up. Just. Oh, these guys are so much stronger than me. Look at that. Internet buys like bright red. But funnily, my team's winning whilst I'm doing literally nothing. So where is this other guy then? See him? Get away from his grenades. Oh, there. Don't believe it. Must have been another guy in there.
Keep the pressure on.
Like, we're obliterating the other team, and I've done absolutely nothing.
C lost.
Let's see him there. Behind me. So, you know. My team's very out to the other guys by the looks of it. I must have killed him. Didn't see him.
C, that's a power play. You took them.
Well, it's just about the only thing I've done so far in here. Capture the zone.
I've seen enough. I'm calling this one. Sound tactics bring victory.
There must be like somebody there who had 50 kills or something. Got 2 ciphers, okay, so that's good. Some chocolate coins. It's very odd. I don't want to be anymore with this team, I'm afraid. I want to depart. We'll go back to the Crucible. Well, we'll need to complete 4 matches first, at least to get that weekly court completion sorted. Hope everyone's having a good day. I certainly am. I had actually a late night last night. I watched a very, very good film. A film directed by Karen Kusama with Nicole Kidman in one of her best roles ever. She plays this on the edge LAPD detective investigating drug-related murders. Well, actually, they're armed robbers rather than drug dealers, and She's just terrific, and the film's really, really good, so I highly recommend it to everyone. Watch on Netflix, it's free accessible to the subscribers. But then it already became very late. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning when I finished watching it, and went to bed, woke up today at 10, I think, so much later than usual. So a bit of a lie-in. Must not make it to practice, really, have to admit. Need to be able to be up early and everything, but these times of pandemic are kind of affecting us all, aren't they? Just feel that you want to be doing something most enjoyable. Making sure you never ever come close to anyone who is suffering from the virus. Spend most of my time indoors, I'm afraid. I spend probably 12 hours a day indoors and then 3 hours walking outdoors, and then that's it. Are we joining somebody else's match? Looks like, yeah. Oh, that's not really very good, is it? I hate it when it happens because you want to be there from the beginning. But as this is obviously part of our seasonal content, then I'm not going to bother. You can see that our guys in there are not even properly red. Really odd.
Zone A captured.
14
You have
seconds.
zone
I thought it was
advantage.
like a couple of seconds.
Minutes remaining.
He should have been dead. I hit him with a full magazine.
Zone A lost.
Well, many people are playing the Crucible because all of them want to be getting the deciphers, so that makes it a bit difficult.
Have advanced. Zone B lost.
Why was I killed? And who killed me? I didn't get it. Shot me to the wall by the looks of it. He's a much faster internet than me. He should have been dead. The full magazine's gone into him. It's really... So far my Cerberus has done absolutely no good at all. Where is he? I didn't see him. He must have been flying. Look at that pumpkin head.
Zone C lost. Your enemy has a power play.
Don't know what I was hit by. Using an overbomb. Jumped. I don't get it. My weapon's just completely ineffective against other guys. I'm playing the Iron Banner,
3 minutes remaining.
so my power level shouldn't be really affecting it.
Defeat.
I wonder whether it is, in fact, in the season. There is a problem in there, because with the last match, you would have seen we won in a couple of minutes, and in this instance the other team won in a couple of minutes, so there is a technical issue in there. Some people are having a much faster access to the server than us. So what's going on? Because that's principally wrapped up too fast. It's just a fact. We just finished it quickly. It's taking a while, isn't it? No, there's a technical issue in there, you can tell. Because I could really see that my weapon was completely ineffective. Completely. I have no idea why. As if I was playing one of the Iron Banner matches, and in there I would have been outflanked by 50-70 power points by others. To me it looked like it was operating on that level, meaning I was just completely ineffective due to my power. Doesn't matter. We want to get some. We want to get some of these collectibles. How many did I get? These disciples. I think just 2. Mine just season rank 28, so that's not bad. I need at least 6. So once we get to the caches, you'll remember when we complete everything in the Haunted Forest, then we need to open his chests. And as we open his chests, then we get some really good loot. Ask yourself, what on earth is he doing? I'm doing Season of the Lost. Grinding it just like everyone else. I kind of really like this map because it's a bit wider. It's unlike the other maps that we entertain. It doesn't feel like a deathmatch. So let's see whether my weapon will be a bit more effective in here. Doubt it, really. I must admit that loading is taking forever.
Show me you can take ground. Hold the zones.
Couldn't see the other gamers in there, unfortunately. It's funny, I played Saints Row 4 and I keep doing the same, which is basically making me get some very energetic sprints.
Enemy claimed zone.
It doesn't happen in here. Don't know whether he's still there or not.
Those two, you have advantage.
Oh, I got him. Well, that's amazing. That was really like really close range.
Zone B captured. Zone advantage is yours.
So we captured that one.
Zone C.
Oh, what was he doing? He's going to be waiting for the guy chasing me. Unfair.
Zone C captured. You zone advantage. Zone B lost.
There's some other people lagging in
Zone
here.
C lost. It's a power
Isn't
play.
just me.
Get those zones back. You're falling behind.
Oh, we're falling back significantly. It's just a bit.
You captured Zone B. Zone advantage is.
Zone B.
You gained the lead.
Just rewarding. I'm actually considering whether to bring my broadcasts forward so we have them in the same way as we did for a couple of years, which is basically doing them first thing. So it's a very serious consideration. I probably will do that for next week. Shotgun, but that's it. Good outfit there with those wings. Well, with my super, we need to get a team of 3. Oh, he killed me just before I captured the zone. Let me just give you a taste of your own medicine. Gone. I thought he was gone. Must have been flying. Didn't see him. We're losing. I'm doing losing. That's not fair. The angel. Well. Didn't die, unfortunately. Didn't matter. That was good. That grenade actually did cause some damage.
You captured Zone B. You have advanced.
No, we're not. Can't catch up with that thing.
A fire team that fights together stays together.
So annoying with this speed. I hate the internet speeds here that we've got. Really, playing against people who've got upload speed of 1000 and my upload speed is 1. Well, that tells you all.
Zone B lost.
So it didn't even launch a grenade. It's just absolutely dreadful. Somebody else eliminated him, not me. Probably 120. Well, the other 2 matches were finished in 2 minutes, you know, it's like 150 versus 30. Tells you something, doesn't it? It upsets me that I empty out the whole magazine and he opens up like 1 bullet and it's just too bad. Well, at least we are putting up a good fight. That's important. No, there's nothing I can do there without. So he is very, very mighty. There with that speed. Probably try to get in here.
You captured Zone A. Zone advantage is yours.
That's good.
Zone C lost.
He's wearing a good mask,
If
the one I've been
lost,
wearing the other day.
fight again.
Lost. Did I get anything? Nothing. No rewards. Oh, 2. Okay, we need extra 2. Oh, we got... 9. Well, that's not too bad. Major improvement compared to the last one. 6 zones captured. Yeah, the other guys were superior. Anelia, 28. I think I need 2 more. What was that? Can't remember if it's the 3rd or 4th match. And let's see. Mm, 9 and 12. Alright. What else did we get? It's probably some really, yeah, 19, and 17. I can click on these. It's 19. Well, slightly up, not significantly, but still. No enhancement course though. That's annoying. Oh no, I know what I wanted. I wanted to get my seasonal content, seasonal reward, which I just picked up. And there we are. What's my reward? Let's see. 200 bright dust. So that's good. Got that. Already gone down level 30. Happy about this. This is pretty good. What's the next one? Well, the next one is the one I really want to have, and that's Falling Guillotine. That is going to be my favorite sword in the game here, similar to Dark Drinker because it spins. Whirlwind Blade is the perk that we really want to have. Look at it's gone now. Okay, Vostok, Felwinter Peak. This map's also quite good, quite like it. The last 2 maps are my favorites in here compared to European Dead Zone, not too bad either. These 3 compared to those death matches. Want to get 2 more Deciphers and then we'll go to the Haunted Forest.
The zones are yours if you fight for them, Guardian.
Zones are yours if you fight for them, Guardian. He pushed me into the abyss nearly, did you see that?
Enemy claimed Zone A. Zone C captured. You captured Zone B. Have advantage.
I got him. Oh, Dubsky. Well, that's good. I'm happy with that because he was killing me quite a few times in the last match. Didn't hit him too well. The only problem with it does have a bit of recoil at 5 barrels, so you need to really aim as precisely as possible, but it causes issues sometimes. This is trouble. Leo, Black Leo. I got him. Man, I didn't see him. Yeah, I got him with that grenade, but unfortunately, me too.
Zone A captured. You have zone advantage.
Raffinat. Don't even know what it is. Looks like an exotic weapon of some sort.
Zone A lost.
Oh, there he is. Our friend probably eliminated him. Yeah, he did. It's so frustrating when you can see somebody being able to fight you from such distance. You die instantly, and you come after him literally from close range, and guess what? Nothing. Ah, go away. Where are the other guys of mine? Well, this is what happens with randoms, I'm afraid. I didn't get him. I don't believe it. Like he was flying in there, did you see that? So annoying.
Your opponents have built a lead. Destroy it.
It's significant already. Destroy it! How am I to do that?
Zone B lost. It's a power play. Get those zones back.
Well, this was close enough. Well, landfall. No, that's no fun. That's no fun. So no funny. Can't even talk anymore. What's going on? I hate the fact that they are so superior to us.
Zone A captured. Zone C captured. Zone advantage is yours. Only 5 minutes left.
I didn't die. Hit him from...
Well,
that was...
always hope. Fight.
And I survived. Didn't believe it.
Zone C lost.
Where did he go?
Zone A
We're
lost.
killed.
Your enemy has a power play.
I'm only chasing them. Catching up. Just about.
Captured Zone B.
Oh no, no, no. I don't believe it. Like, again, I mean, honestly, it's just ridiculous.
Minutes remaining.
At least this is quite a good match. he sees me before. It's probably about between 1 and 2 second lag in there. I can tell. Dying. Mad Mash. What's that? The other team's playing well.
You're beaten. This time.
Got chocolates, but I didn't get the other lot that was needed. The deciphers I didn't get, right? Okay, Peter Mann. Completed some. Push the advantage. Completed. Rank is up. Doubling up on the points, you know, so that's good. Step into the light. I got the sword. I got the sword! That's terrific! And ride the lightning. Also, that's really cool. So seasonal is mine. Equip it immediately. What? Wait a minute, what's happening? Oh no, it's there. Okay. For a moment I thought it disappeared. My goodness, I was in shock of my life. Falling Guillotine is the weapon I wanted to have from the very beginning. As you know, if you are a regular here, Dark Drinker is my favorite weapon in. We'll lock the weapon immediately and we need to mod it. So let's see, we have 2. Enhancement cores, so we have here boss specs, and then in here, what's this, 1020? Well, that's good enough, I think, isn't it? And in here we have Whirlwind Blade, Energy Transfer, lowers rate charge, so diminution the cost of damage. Okay, appearance. See, don't have the default tournament. I don't like any of them really. All very similar, there's hardly any variations in there. Okay, we need to equip it quick. Equip. That's it. Okay, that one. Cool. Convergence. And guess what? This is in the Infinite Forest.
control.
It's not in the haunted forest, so we do want 2 extra deciphers and then we'll migrate to the other. And also I hate it because the slide team is less than a second. I can barely take a screenshot of this. Really don't like that.
Captured Zone C. Enemy claimed Zone A.
Oh, it looks like Dubsky's with me now, is he?
Enemy claimed Zone B.
Oh no, he's still playing against me, okay. Don't know where he was. They're already winning 10 to bad, really. It's too bad, really. Much superior to us.
Zone C lost.
Come on, Pumpkin.
Power play. Get those zones back.
He didn't die either, see? Chaos sainted all 3 of us. I mean, it's got much faster internet than us, that's all it is.
Zone C captured.
Couldn't have done it otherwise.
Zone A lost. You captured Zone B. You have
Okay, that shield was useful. Couldn't really use my melee on him, I was dead too early.
Zone B lost.
Yeah, I got him this time. The same bloke. Just racing around. Curse breaker, go away! I thought I was quite pleased with myself there, being able to evade. Yeah, destroy it, right? Hate the fact he's hitting my path, and actually I did Call of Duty Cold War beta the other day, and I just couldn't believe how easily I got killed, and not a single precise shot. They were literally firing off all over the shop. I was dead all the time. You can see like 2-3 yards away from me, and I'm dead. The lag was incredible in there. It was also a couple of seconds. Daybreak destroyed us all, as it would. Checkmate. Well, it looks like I'm always in a team that's losing. What sort of matchmaking is this?
You have zone advantage.
Not very good, really. is the simplest answer.
You captured Zone B. Power play. Keep the pressure
Nice to
on.
wait for. These guys.
5 minutes.
Dovsky, finally I got him as well. Very fast player. Played against me all the time.
Zone A lost.
This map will be gone in November.
You captured Zone
If you like
C.
it, make
You
sure
have
you
zone
play
advantage.
as many matches as possible there, because he'll be gone. Bolted. That's so fast! But what did he use? Lord of Wolves? I didn't even hear the firing, did you? I saw him and I was dead.
Zone C lost. You captured Zone A. You have advantage. You're catching up. Close the gap.
Well, we are catching up, that's true. We captured it. I thought it said that we were still to do that.
That's hard fought. The lead is yours. Three minutes remaining. Zone A lost.
So what's happened to the other
You
team? Are
captured
they
Zone
losing?
C. Zone advantage is yours.
Monday. There's somebody generating orbs. Guess everyone's just chasing the control points.
You're pulling ahead. Keep it that way.
I didn't get him, but he died. So.
Zone C lost.
That grenade didn't kill him. No, we are actually winning, so that's good. Maybe we'll get some deciphers.
Zone C captured. Zone
I
advantage
reckon this
is
is
yours.
going to be the last one.
Double down.
Two of them gone.
1 minute left.
Well, he respawned quickly. Dubsky. He's gone.
You're dominating the field. Don't let up. 30 seconds remain. Finish them. Well executed.
Okay, that's good. So, yeah, I got to decipher, so that's good. Okay, we'll go to the Haunted Forest now, and the other bounty's been completed. 11 opponents eliminated, 7 captures, so that's pretty good. So you could see I captured more zones than anyone else. Right, that's all good. And we'll carry on with, what's this? Okay, so we need to go back to the tower, get all the admin sorted, and then we'll go to the Haunted Forest. As you could see, plenty of us to do in there. Well, we've been contributing, we've been doing everything linked to Season of the Lost. Seasonal content it is here on my channel. Throughout the season we'll have plenty to grind. Hope you guys are happy with all we've seen. Lots of fierce action, some victories, some defeats, some opponents eliminated, but I really cannot play PvP competitively here on my setup. You've seen that there were guys in there who were on very, very fast fiber, and they could see me 2 seconds before I saw them, and it's really frustrating. Lord of the Wolves is that shotgun that provides you with an automatic, and I got killed twice by somebody where in fact I didn't hear a single bullet being fired. Don't know whether you spotted that. I saw him and then I was dead, and then it said Lord of the Wolves. So really very annoying. It's funny because you don't really see it when you watch it on this terrific setup that I've got. You don't see that your player is like ghosting or lagging behind, but it's all about the hit registration. Hit registration is extremely poor. I played like 2 matches today and none of my hits registered, none, and that's because the other team was on a much superior internet and with fast access to the server. It was dreadful, and both matches ended in 2 minutes, which tells you there was a problem with my team being brought in to a server that was unbelievably fast. Tells you all. They were 150 in less than 3 minutes. How was this possible? Well, it's very easy because, you know, they were so much faster. They were able to get like 30-40 kills within a couple of, well, 10-15 seconds. So, okay, back to the tower. I'll take a short break after we complete the admin, stretch a bit, have fresh air, and then maybe a small bite to eat as well. Well, there is nothing much, I think, for us to do with Ava, but it's more to do with Lord Shax and with we'll go to the Drifter to decoy the engram. We have one big engram in there that needs to be looked at. Maybe something good will pop up, we'll see. So what are we getting? Faction reward, engram, truth teller picked up. Okay. Another gauntlet, and another wing theorem helmet. Right, so these are not really. I forgot to use consumables. I forgot to use consumables for the Crucible. We might have had some other gifts. I keep forgetting this, I don't know why, which is what I shouldn't. Bounties and consumables are the first thing we need to do every single time before we depart. Keep forgetting. Alright, so let's see what we got there. 19 and 19. Bodarathon. Toil and Trouble, could, let's see, 19, I promise. Optative hand cannon. In here we have 19 and 21. Grenade launcher 21. Let me just see if I can upgrade. Just a moment. Not that keen on grenade launchers generally. Not my kind of weapon. Oh, we got somebody popping in saying, "Oh, Jess is here. Hello, how are you doing? Good to see you. Long time no see, no hear." Jess says, "I get around 40 kills with bad internet. Talking about 22, 25 megabytes up and 20 MBs down." Well, that is because you have 25 megabits up. I have 1 megabit up. Right? I have 1 megabit up. This is what we have in Britain as standard broadband. Can you imagine how bad it is? 1. So I'm playing against people who are on 50, 100, 500, 1000 upload. I have upload of 1. You have upload of 25. And our friend Jess is asking, "Are you preparing for the next season?" Yes. I mean, you know, I would say I'm just simply working the way through it. I really look forward to all that is to follow in Beyond Light, because really Beyond Light is changing the course altogether. We'll have half of the content, as we presently know it, vaulted. So 4 planets will no longer be accessible, and we'll have some new content thrown in, and we'll have a lot of the old Destiny 1 content brought in. So that is going to be interesting. I want to see how this will work. And they said that the vault was temporary, so they will want to rework the content, and I agree with that. I agree with those planets need to be reworked, because when they compare to Cosmodrome and the Moon, they look really much poorer. You know, the backgrounds, the skins, the environment looks really wishy-washy compared to high-quality environments that you have in the other sections that I just mentioned. And yeah, I was just grinding a bit of the Crucible for the deciphers, because the deciphers are needed for the chests in the Haunted Forest, and I want to be opening up as many as possible. And that was the idea. So I was picking up usually 6 deciphers per Crucible grind, and I think today I probably will complete the first tier with the chest, the first one, with 15 of those opened, and then I'll pick up one of the exotics, because I want to really collect all 3 exotics that are in there. But don't you think that these exotics are not particularly good? You know, like a ghost and what is it, a vehicle and a ship. It's not, you know, it's just like really for these lengthy grinds, it does feel like a bit pedestrian to me. And I think some people complain about pinnacle weapons as well. They'll come in with a different loadout, but the season's quite good. I quite like the activities and the way they sort of tie in different areas of Destiny together. So that's all very good. How are you actually? Are you all right? Have you started with your training? How is everything? Not heard from you for a little while, so I'm quite curious to hear. Or has the training been postponed because of the pandemic? Alright, so that is Truth Teller grenade launcher. We said we probably will infuse. Falling Guillotine is our favorite weapon, of course. We'll use it straight away when we go to the Haunted Forest. Stampede we don't really want. And then we'll have Wing Theorem. Oh, it's 24. Okay. Enhancement Core maybe? No. At 17. Dream Bane. Yeah, okay, we'll keep this. We can infuse it in there. Maybe I can infuse it straight away. Let me see. No, we probably need Enhancement Core for that. Upgrade module. Yeah, that's it. And what's this? Okay. I like modding. One of my favorite activities in the latest games on offer. It does take a bit of patience, and I know that some people are not keen on watching all of that modding taking place through live streams, but that just is not avoidable, my friends, I'm afraid. Right, so we have Prophets 919, Simulator Robes, and Wing Theorem even 24. Okay, so that's particularly good. And we've increased this Wing Theorem, let me see. Yeah, Wing Theorem is absolutely terrific as well. Really like it. But we need some enhancement cores. And we need some upgrade modules, so let's face the facts, that needs to be the next step. Simulator Robes, need to store. The other one we leave, and then the boots. 1918, so that's all sorted out, we don't need to worry about any more. And then, okay, we picked up everything from him. Didn't get a single enhancement core, and well, that's not good at all, really. Well, I'll probably get some in the Haunted Forest, because now we'll look at our consumables, and then we'll pick up one of those collectibles that will ensure that we get some. So let me see, where are these? Altered Element, Glimmer, this matter with a few of these. I just spotted the engrams, I need to decoy them there with Drifter. That's what we'll do next. And then there's another. No, that's not it. Lost Ghost Trace. Yeah, we'll pick this one up. Pneumatic glass. Boon of the Crucible. That's about it. Done. Immediately. No, that's not it. What am I doing? In here we want to be. Annex is the place for us to explore. I fancy a snack. I'm gonna make myself some Welsh rarebit. For all of you on the continent, Welsh rarebit is basically cheese on toast with some tomatoes and some herbs on top. My favorite snack. Always loved it. Actually, but ketchup contains a lot of sugar, and I hated it from setup, but fantastic. Love this. We see the whole city. Look at this. This is annoying. I had a similar today in Saints Row. It's just reminded me of it. Look at this. Oh, beautiful. Isn't that beautiful? Nicely festive everywhere, isn't it? Very, very good. Ramshackle Cryptarch. Not, it does provide us with some rewards, so that is what we need to be doing. 1017 boots. Okay. So we have already Lunar Faction 10-9. Sorry, I didn't see this. What is it? Tesseract. Okay, a new weapon in there is Gnawing Hunger. We have point by point, and I think I'll miss this time of the Kabula. And still no enhancement core. Go away. I mean, I don't like it. That's what is going on. Just a minute. Which is really cool. I tell you, in fact, Destiny and Destiny Fashion Show is currently run through Bungie, right? So just like in here, for instance, and then send them to @Bungie on Twitter. Reward, remember that. Okay, I want to take a break now, so everyone have a breath of fresh air activity in the Haunted Forest. Stay with us and we'll carry on within the next 5 minutes.
Assault. I must document all I... Corey Dad. Shrinking break.
So let's crack on. We collected 6 decipher codes and we'll use them for the chests as we get to the final section of it. As you know, we need to be completing all the tiers. There's 6 tiers in 7 tiers in total, and then we also have all of those horrors to be eliminated. In fact, before we get in, I want to see whether... No, I've got my good loadout of Cerberus, and then Optative, as well as my Falling Guillotine, which we are going to be using for the first time. There we are. Boss specs are on it. Remember, if you have that weapon, you need to press right trigger to launch a heavy spin attack. And that's very similar to what we had with Dark Drinker. Good against swarming enemies. So from now on, my Falling Guillotine is going to be very much enabled and fully equipped. The next activity is going to be the Haunted Forest, and that's part of our Season of the Lost grind. We want to get to those weapons, don't we? But I think my feeling generally is that the community members were not that excited about the season because they felt that they really acquired this last year and it didn't seem to be really very much worthwhile of that lengthy grind that is before us all. Okay, so is there anybody else in there? Didn't see anyone. Oh, there is somebody else, just one person. Okay, just wait for us, friends. And we'll carry on. Oh, there's somebody else. 3-piece, by the looks of it. Some incredible weapons there, everyone's dead instantly. Killed there by dropping into the abyss senselessly and stupidly. My own stupid fault. Should have known. Not done to run in here too many times, so it's fairly dark on my setup as well, so I can't easily see where I'm going. It's perfect resolution, but just the forest is rather dark. And I need to keep this in mind. Like for instance, now I can't really see easily where the ground is. One orb. Whilst the other guys are legging it. I'm not going to be getting anything out of it, but it looks fair. Purely just completing the basics. Doing really well. Maybe we'll complete even all the 7 tiers, we'll see. The other day we came to the tier 7 and then guess what? We failed the last bit. Everyone's dead even before I see the enemy. Well, that's a bit unfair, isn't it? Trying to get to the enemy, they're all dead. The other guy obviously saw me with my sword. It's the same thing. Oh, one enhancement core, so that's good. Did manage to get something. Excuse me. What's happened in there? What is this? Can't see anything. There, but those exploding shanks. That's slightly unfair, isn't it? Yet again, I'm dropping into an area which was not really planned for. And now I've got my super, a bit too late. Time-wise, we are doing superbly well. This is a waste of super. I thought there were some other enemies out there, but it was just like one. I survived, even revived a friend, so that's good. Don't know what killed me. Enemy's all dead thanks to our mates. Not seeing anyone. I'm not complaining because obviously we can probably reach the target, which is our weekly target to complete all 7 tiers. Already gone. I don't think I'm getting any terrors defeated in there. Right. Branch 4 cleared. What is it? 727. It's not too bad. Sit on the tree in there. Just for fun. Watch my mates really ah, come on, gone into the hole! It's ridiculous. Well, again, it's very dark on my display, that's the trouble. You know, it's really like proper cinema black. I don't want to really be tampering with it, because for all other areas works perfectly, just in here that it's a bit darker than usual. Okay. Master box, ooh. Oh, he's immune. They've gone elsewhere because this guy's really hard to kill. Five minutes we've got. What tier are we? 5, I think, roughly. For whatever reason we've gone backwards. Not sure what happened. Literally my line of sight in there. You'd never ever do that sort of thing if you're out in the field, you know. Exploiting shanks. Get rid of those servitors. Five orbs of light. Who's firing in there? Who is firing? Right, we're getting there. Our friend's racing. I think he wants to really make sure that he gets there in time. Well, the other one killed me. Well, that's not very good, is it? Thank you. This was the one. It's revenge. Okay. 226 left. What was it? Slap rifle. Really odd. I don't believe that I've gone into the hole. I was going to revive our friend in there. Thank you. Now we are losing it, I think. Round 6 cleared. Maybe. If we are just a bit more fortunate than there, we'll see. Oh, he's there. Okay, sorry, didn't see you. That I can't believe that he killed me from behind. That was too bad. Oh, I got him. Okay. %. We need to run. Not backwards. Where is it now? Oh, he got me. That dreadful thingy. Five branches, yeah, we didn't clear everything. Okay, picked all of this up. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it's not allowing me to do anymore. Cash grab. That's what I wanted to achieve. Unfortunately, I achieved that today. So that's good. We can go back. Where are our friends? Okay. Give me a bit of a... Okay. 5 cleared. Didn't have that many kills because they snatched everything. We'll go back to orbit. And then we'll go back to Ava. But I want to have a snack before I do that. So you have to bear with me. We'll stay in the orbit for a little while and then I'll have a snack. After that we collect our rewards. Maybe carry on with some more of this wonderful activity in the Haunted Forest. So be back in 5. Well, my friends, we are now going to be collecting these rewards. The first big exotic reward is going to be coming our way. I must say I'm excited about it because I was really playing this for quite a while, and as you could see, the opening of all those chests does take a little while, so that's the next step. For the upper tiers, we'll need to get, well, we'll get just one reward, one exotic, and then after that we'll just carry on without grinding. So what else? What else can you do? Destiny is a lengthy grind. If you don't like grinding, well, you'll find Destiny rather arduous. I defeated 5 terrorists, but that's quite good considering the other guys were a lot more powerful than me. And in one run clear 7 branches of the Haunted Forest. I don't know what really caused us that delay, because we were doing it. I guess it was the boss. You know, the boss that was waiting for us in the branch number 7. That must be the reason. Our friends will know that better than me. I'm not really a person who knows everything, you know. I know some things, but I learn as I go along. Right, so let's go back to Ava. And it looks like we have something with our friend KD. KD will have some of our loot that's not been collected due to the inventory issues. Well, can't complain really. So far so good, very enjoyable. For a bit of variety, we've done quite a lot of Shadowkeep grinding, and I'll be grinding the season up to a point where we get those weapons, you know, and then after that we are going to be going back to Shadowkeep. My goodness, am I going to have enough time to finish all the other quests? I'll probably have to do the other quests before we carry on with Shadowkeep grinds, because if I don't do that, I will lose the content on the 10th of November, and you'll know full well that 10th of November is just around the corner. We are definitely wanting to get through it all. There we are. Let's quickly see what's going on in there. It's called limited edition. That's a bit unusual, isn't it?
Checking.
Alright, so what did we get? Shaders. Nature of the Beast. Pick up the Sengram, that's for Master Rahul. Pick up Candy. These ones we'll leave for now, we don't have to bother. Let's go to our friend Master Rahul. Let's see what this engram will give us. Always good to get some rewards through engrams. A lot of the times these are not particularly interesting, but you will get some big surprises if you are a regular. Yeah, Mozipok. Is it 2024? 1024, I mean? Or not? Now we got that distant Tamulus, but what about that Mozipok? Must have gone to, no, there it is. Oh yeah, it is 1024, so that's good. In fact, we probably can infuse to bring our guillotine, because Mosipok will get all the time, so we don't need to worry about it. Okay, so let me see. Oh, we'll do the admin now then. Okay, Masquerader's Hood. To go back to the vault. stash some of that in there. Not a lot to stash. Lonesome. Well, we don't really need to stash this. Lonesome we have already in a mightier format than this. Okay, that one needs to go in. Distant tumulus. I'll put it in there, but I need to double check. I think distant tumulus is already there. And then we said we would infuse this one. Okay, this one we'll get rid of. And then, well, Steel could, Sybil could definitely go in. Don't need to bother. Moss Epoch is there for infusion. Actually, we'll do that in a minute. And yeah, we're at 10:23. Oh, right. I thought this was 10:20. That doesn't matter. We'll pick up something else and infuse as well. But that's the priority. We want Falling Guillotine to be as strong as possible. Our mightiest weapon in Arsenal. And we have here Masquerader's Hood, Eagle Talon 4. I think we've got it in there, but I'll just stash it in. You know, 10:24. Right, okay, that can be infused as well. Dreambane Gloves, 10:17. That's 10:19. Nah, 7:50. What's that doing in there? In here we got 10:14. Anti-extinction. It's 10. Well, Armor's lagging behind, isn't it? And I don't really want to infuse that Wing Theorem. It's really very, very pretty. Lunafaction, and in here, yeah, right. So we literally have
Stay on the good side of the warlocks.
actually, I can probably have a look at the doubles. I think we probably have 1 or 2 doubles in there really quickly, and then hopefully we'll get some enhancement cores from them. But I've got to say, these are so slow coming that it's mind-boggling. Why is that? You know, we get them so seldom. That's all in order, I think, isn't it? Go figure. Smuggler. It's all in order. Oh, Sybil, we have doubles in there. 10:18 and this one. 10:08. Okay. Sybil served us well, can't complain really. And then there is another weapon in there for sure. There, I knew it. Truth Teller. Two of these there as well, so this one is 10:16 and 7:50 got Talon. Alright, so that's sorted. It's to be locked, and this one needs to be locked. Very easy to forget and then delete some of those precious items. Always lock those that you want to keep forever, right? Your personal favorites, and obviously all pinnacle weapons, and the ones that will serve you well generally. You must remember that. Okay, so that's sorted. No extras. Well, that's too bad, really.
Let's get you back out there.
Let's get you back out there. Let's see what I can pick it up. No, I can't. Can't infuse anything. What do I need? Baryon Bow or Data Lattice. Okay. What is this? I've just got one. It's not very much. Okay, so that's sorted out.
Dig and dig. One day, the
Back to Ava, and now we'll pick up our exotic, our first exotic of the season. And that exotic is going to be... Wait a minute. Just a second, I completed this. Oh, no, I know what it is. We need to... Triumphs. There it is, yeah. Festival of the Lost. Cash grab needs to be acknowledged. And upcoming. Tony. Okay. Don't tell me we are booted out. Happened for what, the third time today? Looks like the servers are literally melting. Don't know what is going on. We were just doing some admin with Ava, and then now it's all gone. That is of concern. But I keep getting this message connecting to the Destiny server, so I guess must be to do with it, some to do with it. That the servers are I didn't really read anything on Bungie Twitter today, but almost certain there will be a message indicating that there are some issues there, just like I said. I wanted to ask you, did you play Call of Duty Cold War beta on the weekend, and if so, what did you think of the gameplay? I've got to say that I was expecting maybe a bit more, but it was just slightly more, well, a couple of new maps in there compared to Alpha. And I played it quite a bit, quite liked it, but I must admit my activity was definitely under the huge duress due to internet speeds. I had kill cam on the majority of the opponent's kills, and you know, they'd be firing off all over the shop, like a couple of meters away from me, and I'd be dying all the time. And I also noticed that the lag was like more than 2 seconds, which meant that my participation there was very, very gravely restricted in terms of any achievement or, you know, anything at all. And the maps are very good. They really vary from very tight death matches to properly tactical. So depending on what team you want to use and whether you have your own crew or whether you want to be doing it with randoms, you can customize accordingly. I think that's the way it is going to be for the full game. Only a few weeks away, so quite exciting. It's amazing really, Call of Duty had so many installments already and they're always thriving. It's always the same thing, but I have to say, the developer Infinity Ward, they're always excelling. They're always coming up with something new. I really quite liked the trailer with the zombies, and I mean, it's really like bringing in Stalker into the Call of Duty environment. You know, radiation experiments and zombies being created in some hydrogen bomb nuclear shelters in there. So definitely very, very interesting, and also visually very polished, and one section looked a bit like those older government-made documentaries on 16mm. It just looked perfect. So really, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it.
I have ideas already.
What is this mask? Anna Bray and Warped Traveler. Okay, so I need to see whether I've got these. I don't think I have. Warped Traveler. Do you have that one or not? That's the question. Anna Bray I do not have, I know that for sure. Warped Traveler. No. We have Will of the Thousand Mask, and we have Fractured Traveller, but not Warped Traveller. You got Fana Bray, I think, don't you? Yeah, so you have to remember that once you completed your triumph, you need to acknowledge it in your inventory, and then you'll be able to get this ghost. So we are going to be picking up this ghost, Restless Shell, and we'll pick up first of all Anna Bray Mask. So that's great, and we'll put on that Restless Shell very shortly. So warped and ready, acquire the Mummy Ghost, so we got that. And the next thing is going to be Tomb Rider. In order to get the Tomb Rider, we'll have to be grinding, right? So that's expected. And let's see our inventory. So what did we pick up? We picked up the mask. And guess what? We'll put the ornament on, because we just picked it up. We want to be really adhering to that fashion as much as possible. Let's apply. Anna Bray Mask, there you go. And then we look at our ghost. We'll do a bit of modding in there. So we have Rival Warlock Shell. Let's see, Rival Warlock Shell is giving us your vehicles take less time to summon, okay. XP is increased by 10%, and then Titan Scanner. Okay. Well, it looks pretty, but it's not really as awesome as some of the other ones. I think the one we picked up will be a lot more useful. So we'll put it on. Restless Shell. Equip. Look at it. For the ghosts who were torn from the tomb. XP is 10%. Increased loot from public events, so that's very useful. And combat detector 9. Well, it's not really particularly significant, but quite like the, well, let me put this one on, apply, ghost projection, and then we look at skins. The one we've got is default shade. Okay, we'll keep that one on. Okay, come on. I can't see it. So annoying. That's like a proper mummy, isn't it? Well, it's the variations of the same thing, quite frankly. Considering that our character is wearing brown and turquoise, we'll keep the default shade on. I think I'm quite happy with this. Right. Looks cool. And as you've seen, we'll get some caches on Aya if we go there. Public Defender, that means getting more loot from public events, and then all XP is increased by 10%. Well, that's not really all that very much, is it? And the consumables, so I better use this one. Now where is it now? There. Use for enhancement core, and I think the other ones we have, yeah, the other ones are already equipped, don't need to bother. You know, the trouble is we've used the
Quite the year, haven't we?
we've used the decipher, so we need to really go to the crucible, which is good. Well, I've got to, if I'm doing the Haunted Forest, to be,
Tell me, you don't fear Vanguard operations? You fear
I've got to be
people?
picking them up, I'm afraid, so there's no choice.
This was made for you.
That's about it. No faction reward. We already looked at this. I'd value you. Look at the view.
Now more than ever.
Go up in the orbit, and then we'll need to collect some more deciphers. Picked up the quests. Actually, it's nice time to have some biscuits. Oh, look at that! Spark the flame.
The tower's lost good people, Guardians. Help us
Some
push back.
materials. Seasonal. Let's see. Shadowkeep. Seasonal. Valor ranks is there. Defeat Guardians as a team and Valor and win matches in the Crucible during Season of Arrivals. Alright, so that probably is another thing that we need to do. Exodus. Speak to Brother Vance. I won't be able to do that today, I don't think.
Plenty of hostiles left to
Stand
fight,
against
Guardian.
darkness.
It's them or us.
Oh, that's really for the strikes or for the nightfalls. Not necessary to bother about this. Season ranking up 31. That means that we are likely to claim another reward. Let's see whether there is anything waiting for us.
Tell me, Guardian, did you pull the trigger
No,
on the
nothing.
Fair Prince?
The next one is going to be the level 32-33. Okay. And we'll go up in orbit and then we'll go to the Crucible. Time for another biscuit, don't you think? I certainly do. Crucible. Control it is. Just bear with me on to get some biscuits and then we'll crack on with some matches in the Crucible.
The tower's lost good people, Guardians. Help us push back.
This match would be funny if it weren't so embarrassing, Guardian.
If my function is to serve the Vanguard, how better than to guide Guardians? The targets don't know their targets till you get there. Red Jack surveillance has found new targets. Plenty of targets. Red Legion and more.
you can't concentrate when I'm yelling? Relax!
Your system may be faulty.
Lord Shack says, "What do you mean when you say you can't concentrate when I'm yelling?" Any form of drill, military style, will always have a lot of yelling. The army would call it beasting, for anyone who's not familiar with it. And why is it called beasting? Because from an ordinary yelling it turns into beastly yelling. You've got to be able to sustain it in a long term. This is the way you get the discipline, that's just a fact. Without discipline nothing works, be it in the armed forces or elsewhere in the areas where high achievements are required. Therefore, for all of you who are familiar with the British public schools, you'll know that the discipline there has always been extremely strict and enforced brutally, which had been criticised over the decades, but that's just the way it's been. And when you meet people who've gone through such education, you will automatically immediately sense that difference. There's something different about them. They appear to be always good in planning, organising and structuring, with some exceptions of course. You know, you always have somebody who falls out. But I remember when I started with Rudolf Steiner education, whenever you had groups of people coming into the placements from other schools, you could tell straight away that they were not like ordinary children. They were much more creative, a lot more versatile, because the whole of the education was not learned directly from the books. You know, it was all done through various activities, and this was a big difference. The diversity, being able to remain versatile and do all sorts of things at the same time, particularly in the areas of creative arts and creative work, was absolutely outstanding. I'm not sure whether it's like this today, but certainly in the days of my youth, that's exactly the way it was. Steiner schools are exactly the same everywhere, where you go, any country of the world, you know. Much me there with Anna Bray's mask, not particularly remarkable. All the other guys are a lot more outstanding than me.
The zones are yours if you fight for them, Guardian.
The zones are yours if you fight for them, Guardian. We shall fight for them.
You captured Zone C. Enemy click A.
Okay. How unfortunate.
E captured. Zone advance yours.
Stiftung Kugelnfest. There your Kugelnfest.
Zone C. Zone advantage.
I'm late. I'm late. I can't believe that he's taking us. The Italian there is in Min's distance. He was just taking no pounding at all. Nothing. Even flinched. That grenade was glued. Which tells you the tech doesn't always work well in here.
Zone A lost.
Zombie. Same guy. Killed her about 3 or 4 times. You artisan. Yes. This guy's a bit laggy, I think. Nike manga is lagging.
Zone
happy about that. So to 9. Kugelnfest.
your
There
opponent
you
leads.
go. It's Bullet Festival, right? Done him. They've done him! Look at that. It's a good dive, isn't it? Lagging.
You captured Zone B. You have
Me
advantage.
too. Oh no, it's a kill me immediately. Ah. 2 or 3 coming from everywhere. It's not very good, is it?
Zone C lost.
Make it a bit interesting. Look at him. Nike Manga is us. Right, we need to catch up. 20 something points difference.
5 minutes remaining.
Okay, halfway through. You get half time in some of the just I thought quite good. Firing from closer range, he was hit in the back, and yet again the other guy had that degree of prevalence. Register did it. Bet it didn't register. Oh, we did get at least. Oh, 2! That's good.
Zone B captured. Zone C lost.
I don't believe it. The other guy was trailing from behind. I was gone. Yeah, we're losing. The other guys are much faster and they got better internet than us. It's just one guy there in the team lagging, everyone else is super fast. So this Stiftung called me like half dozen times.
3 minutes remaining.
Wasted
Zone
my
B
grenade.
lost. Power play.
Wasted my grenade! It's on. Super's on, but there's no enemies.
You captured Zone B.
I didn't even see where that guy was.
Fight again.
Right. The other matches we played initially, in less than 3 minutes, 150 the opposing team, 30 our team. Tells you something about the tech today. Something's not working properly. But it looks like all the other guys were much faster than me, by the looks of it. Had really good kills, and it looks like the internet is working properly compared to our 9. It's really embarrassing anyone who comes from the UK and plays on broadband. They play against people in Italy, France, Netherlands, and it's just unbelievable difference. I just had a message from another community member who said, I'm on a very poor quality internet. I got 25 megabits upload, and I said, well, 25 upload, bad, but come to Britain, have a look what kind of internet we've got here. The most expensive you get from Virgin will give you less than 20, it'll give like 15 upload. And he in Netherlands is having like the low quality. Well, he said it was low quality, 25 upload, so there you go. Our friends in the US, they get uploads up to 500 on Wi-Fi. So, and I get one on a wire connection that I pay for every single month, you know. So I didn't get any deciphers in there, and that's so annoying. It looks like I'm being brought into somebody else's look at this, 80 versus 10 already. I mean, honestly, it's just not performing at all.
I've seen enough.
Invisible.
I'm calling this
Didn't.
one.
Look at that, I popped in and he's calling it. It's already like 100 against 10. I mean, honestly, it's just...
Defeat comes for us all.
What is this? Is this a match? I've been in a match less than 30 seconds. At least I got some chocolate strange coin, but this is just utterly ridiculous. Fabled 2. We've gone up with Valor. We need to get to the heroic, you'll see that. Now it's going to be giving us that Valor cutscene. Oh, in theory. There we are! Valor sub rank is up. Fabled 2 Season 2. And what is this? Why is it that I'm in the orbit when in fact I was in the Crucible? I didn't disappear, I didn't evac. I was just in the Crucible and I'm gone. Well, it's not really operating properly, that's for sure. And I do mind playing matches where you're being thrown in, the match finishes in 15 seconds and you get no rewards. That is just not on. It's really bad. Remember to reset your Valor ranks once you come to the top, once the game tells you you really completed it all. You need to be resetting it in order to get better quality loot. So remember that if you keep coming back to it. But yeah, friends, this has been really good fun. So far so good. What is it? Already 4 hours of broadcasting and gameplay. And we've had a lengthy introduction as well. The time flies, really, I would say. And telling you a bit about Saints Row 4, the game I played since Saturday. It's offered on free play, and I loved it. It was incredible. GTA meeting Fallout, meeting Gears of War, Mass Effect, you know, absolutely top notch. Well, the sci-fi reference is purely to do with the genre, a lot more than just to do with these two games, because it doesn't bear resemblance to the other two, which I mentioned. But definitely GTA meeting Fallout, you recognize it straight away. It's got really good touches, and there are some really difficult puzzles, many side missions, and I have to say, when I looked at side missions, at least like 100 side missions. Well, we're going to play that forever. And some of those are quite tricky unless you have correct perks, like you modifying your main character. I played one of those, which is a platformer similar to what you have in Destiny with dives and jumping, and I just couldn't jump from one platform to another, only to realize a bit later the reason for that was very simple. I didn't have the highest jump unlocked as yet, and once it was unlocked, the rest was, well, I wouldn't say easy, but it was definitely manageable compared to the very beginning, where we really kind of struggled. Bannerfall, the last city on Earth, right? So we're going back to Bannerfall. Where is our team? Come on, I want to see my team. No, we are not even getting the slide. Oh, we are. It's like very, very short, less than 1 second. Wondering whether I'm able to capture. Loading for a little while. But you know, it's always good to come back to the seasons and do some of these activities. I mean, I always have it you know, my approach is somewhat measured. Do not like playing one activity all the time, but I like diversifying,
Enemy claims zone
trying out
C.
different things.
Zone A captured.
Where is he? Ah, he was faster than me. He was faster than me, that's the fact. Didn't take damage from me at all. More. We fight like a shotgun or something.
Zone B captured. Zone advantage is yours. You're in the lead.
Oh, I got. That's good. That's because he was sliding. Yeah, this Deutsch Stern is simply not taking any damage from me. Lots of German players here today, and honestly, their internet is so much superior to ours. It's just, see that? A second, I was dead, and I heard that. Ah, man, that's annoying. I wonder whether it's worthwhile entering today. Again.
You have zone advantage.
We're winning, but I'm really playing with some people who are so much faster than me. I'm getting absolutely nothing. Kill me with this super.
Captured. You have advantage.
Well, I thought it was the super. I didn't think it was the... Yeah, the internet puts us to shame, that's the fact.
Pulling ahead. Keep it that way.
Well, what I'll do is I'll go up there. So I can just wait for some of the guys and hopefully be able to do some scores. Let's see if this will work at all. So somebody's coming in. It's a good idea, but he obviously didn't. So nothing came out of my strategy. Nothing. Yeah, this guy didn't see me. Well, you see, if you're sliding, then you can lag a bit, and that really worked in my favor because this chap was doing it already 2 times, and I got him.
Zone A captured. Power play.
It's more
Keep the
difficult.
pressure on.
More difficult the other guys. No, we're losing this for certain. So where is he? I've heard him, didn't see him.
Zone B locked.
Wow. What was that? Temper strike.
Don't let up.
commentary. That will contribute to my weeklies, but nothing else, I'm afraid. I got my super. I just need to really time it properly. 2 or 3 people in there.
B captured. Zone C lost.
You could see that. That's dreadful because it's happened already for, well, 2 or 3 times that I could see my own person. I mean, my own teammate. Too fast. Too fast! Yeah, my guys were jumping and they showed up as enemies. Don't know whether you've seen that.
3 minutes left.
Take 2 seconds. 2 seconds. 2 seconds for... Just 2 seconds for
Zone A lost.
the names to show up. I haven't had anything to do in here. It's really disappointing.
Zone A captured. You have zone advantage.
Kill a single opponent, and there were 3 of them in there. It's just ridiculous. Call it a day, really. Yeah. It's no assistance to anyone.
You captured Zone C. That's a power play. You took them. Now hold them.
Fight with honor. Probably got like 1 opponent killed. It's just incredible. It's probably the worst I've had today. No ciphers yet again. Look at that. He scored 36. Crazy. The other team had... well, you know what that is, don't need to tell you. My friends, as you could see, the Crucible is not working properly today. It's for the 6th time that I was in the Crucible, did not depart from the match, and I'm brought back to orbit and there's no Crucible. But I need to do a bit more of the Crucible, as I'm desperate for those deciphers. I don't think I have any at the moment. None. So 26 chocolate strange coins. Or 1. Okay, it's just 1. But I don't think I picked it up now. Well, maybe I did. You didn't notice. Alright. Crucible. Control. Stiftung is hopefully not going to be there because Stiftung killed me quite a few times. He had much better quality internet than me. I just can't believe how poor we are here in Britain for the speed. As you know, to hear from somebody today who was in Holland and he said I have the worst internet, 25 upload, and that in Britain would be considered to be top premium. I mean, honestly, I'm mind boggled. I can't understand what caused us to decline so much. We were number 1 in Europe, and now we are number 36 on the global scale, and it's just really pitiful. I live in the town centre, and you know, being in a town centre would mean that you have access to everything first, and we can't have access to fibre. I've had lengthy discussions with the council, with the providers, with the main operator, with ISPs, all sorts. They all have the same answer. The work is in progress. It will happen in due course. I think I might be meeting my redeemer before I manage to get my internet here, my fibre. But what upsets me the most is they keep sending us letters, you know, saying connect to fibre today. And once we call, they say no, we actually can't do that in your area. So why are you sending us letters saying that you can? It's criminally negligent. I kicked a really big fuss about this because I receive those letters every couple of weeks, and I have to make all the inquiries and hassle everyone, and you know, it's just. And then the other day I had an email from a company that kind of supervises installation of fibre in the home counties, and they gave me some information that was completely incorrect, indicating I live in a property which is recently built, and the property was faultily built during the last 10 years, and therefore internet cannot be, fibre could not be, you know, installed within the building. So that's absolutely ridiculous, because first of all, the building's been here for more than 100 years, and it's not a newly built building, and where you're getting information from is just completely wrong. And they couldn't really answer properly, and they said the information they provided is accurate. Reminds me of a conversation I had about 15 years ago, where I asked for the train timetable that will go from I think London Waterloo to Dover Docks, and the guy told me that there's no channel. He said the train goes directly from Waterloo to Paris, and there's no sea. He says it's a direct train, so therefore there's no sea. And I said, well, I need a timetable that indicates when the train arrives at Dover Docks, and he said that doesn't exist. Well, that was good enough for me to see that something was not right in there. The same sort of situation, you know, people outsourced from all over the world not knowing anything about the very basic situations, basic amenities. What's this actually? Hang on.
Enemy claimed Zone C.
Unfortunately, I should have used my grenade on him. He was just out there. Find the lead, but I'm not getting it.
Zone B, you have advantage. Zone A lost.
Fellwinter's Line. I was describing just a situation where you make basic inquiries and you're provided with completely incorrect information. I couldn't believe the property's been there since I think 1795.
Zone A. Zone advantage is yours.
It's just people could provide such false information, showing out some other property, because there is a new. Must have been googling it, you know, rather than have the fibre, because our street cabinet is not connected with fibre optic anywhere. And 150 meters away from us,
Taken the lead.
there are cabinets saying best service called. He also didn't take much damage. Bella Futura. Internet
Zone C
connection unlocked.
cap. You have a
The one who got killed. Well, if I have to do this every few days, this will be very repetitive and extremely boring. I'll need to work out whether I can get my ciphers from some other activity which is not Crucible. seen that we could do it from Gambit, but
Zone C lost.
need to work it out. I find Gambit to be a lot better, more enjoyable than the Crucible for me. Gone the wrong way. You see, that's what he did, I can't do on my...
Your
Just not
opponents have
possible.
built a lead. Destroy it.
60-40 already. See, he was able to take so many shots. So, I'm afraid, but I've got to do it because I need a ciphers. What's the point of doing the Haunted Forest if you have no ciphers? Well, there isn't one.
You captured Zone B. You have zone advantage. Zone A lost.
I didn't even see anything, I was just dead. Too bad really, isn't it?
5 minutes remaining.
Okay, we'll do... This is going to be the last match, hopefully we'll be able to get some ciphers. So I'm
Zone B
a bit
lost.
tired of grinding it today. My soup farm, so I really want to see at least 2 or 3 guys standing together.
You captured Zone B. You have advantage.
Spectral blades.
Zone B lost.
How was he able? How? Because he's on a faster internet, so he was able to get away. Should have been well gone.
Zone A lost.
No, I just can't achieve anything. There's so many that
Minutes.
I'm dead before I see them, so that's just about it.
Zone C captured.
What they're supposed to do when this happens, I can't do a thing. Well, that's going to be the last match. I may have said the Crucible is being played by very and also technically it's not performing as it should. So that must be the reason.
Zone C
Amazing
lost.
that I was able to
Power.
get him.
Enemy has your zone. Zone
See,
A.
some people manage to kill me with 1 bullet, others will be defeated. Did I get ciphers? Okay, so that's good. I
You
wanted
eat
to get
monsters
that.
for breakfast. You can win a battle for territory. Again.
Yeah, just about, just about. Off we go, we're back to the Haunted Forest, and maybe we'll have 1 or 2 matches in there today, and then we'll call it a day. It's been a good stream. I really thoroughly enjoyed it. Hope you guys also had fun. But we won't be doing the Crucible now for these grinds. Maybe we'll go to Gambit, and then we'll look for those ciphers in Gambit. I find Gambit to be a bit more enjoyable. Crucible is a bit, it's like death matches. And I think I would find it more interesting had I not been hampered by this internet speed as much. And it really varies from match to match. You could really see if you got people who are on fast internet, like the guys that I played against today, in most of the matches, then I'm getting 1 or 2 kills, whilst at other times I'm getting 15 to 20. There is a technical problem with the Crucible PvP today. It's been happening throughout the day. And it's purely to do with the way we access the server. At most times I was not being brought back to the same match. I played the match and then I was being thrown back into the orbit. I had to go back to the Crucible, so it tells you something was not quite. People don't understand how the whole system works, and it's a basic misconception on how the PvP works on the technical front. It looks like I'm being brought into somebody else's game. They're already on. Well, that's ridiculous. I don't want to do that. No, thank you. Need to go to orbit. No, today Destiny is plagued by technical issues. I really should have not gone in there at the first place. I should have gone simply to the beginning of it all, not down to tier 6 or whatever it was. And if it keeps throwing me into other people's games consistently from my position in orbit, then I'll have to go back to the tower and find out whether there is going to be any difference. What a miserable, drizzly, wet, rainy cats and dogs day out here, and really not a day where you want to be going outside much unless absolutely necessary. I'm watching football later on, England playing Denmark, and we definitely are not going to be getting then our dinner tonight as usual. So I need to work out what I'll do there for my dinner. Something out. I really like my ship. Looks so beautiful in there, don't you think? Show your friends. Show your friends. I always do. And I got lots of people coming in on screenshots, which is pretty good, considering how many people do this, but I'm probably a bit more prolific in terms of the numbers of the screenshots I take at all times. I like documenting my activity. I like, the elements of the story. When you look at some of these screenshots, you can see the narrative. Well, some people might say that this is spoiling it for others, but I personally don't feel that that's the case. Okay, so that's the first objective. You could see that the lag is massive. The lag is massive. Probably 3 to 4 second lag in here. There already kicked off whilst I was still about to materialize, so really cool. Not even seen any enemies. Oh no. Universal terror. One of those was destroyed, obviously. And why is that falling into the abyss? Didn't get it. Didn't do anything. So everyone got killed. It's immune. I don't believe it. What was I killed? And who killed me? What happened? Don't tell me I got killed again. No. It's a bit dark here in my display, so I can't really see where I'm going, you know? It's causing some problems. Look at this. Fell into the hole again. Go away. I think I had enough of that destiny for today, actually. So, Ah, go away, Sniper Shanks, that's ridiculous. Who's this? Deployment's here. Hello, how are you doing? Deployment's saying, hello, Mr. Miller. Hello, sir, how are you doing? How's everything out there? Long time no see. I'm doing the season in here, as you can see, so good fun and a bit grindy. You looking forward to Beyond Light? I've got it already on Xbox Game Pass, you know, it's already there. We're just waiting for that 10th of November. As Destiny joined the Game Pass, we're getting the full content in there on the subscription, so that's quite good. No need to buy anything. Well, if you want to buy seasons you can, but half of the seasonal content is there. The main things, just the rewards will vary, I think. So how's everything out there? Because we have another major lockdown looming over here, unfortunately, and things are not looking particularly rosy, I'm afraid. The other guys are, they see the enemies before me. The lag today is like 3-second lag, and it's really awful. My weapon's just like completely ineffective throughout, it's just unbelievable. My friend's saying, I'm good. Is there a reason for the stream in 360? Yes, there is. I have upload, which is just one. And the internet here in my area is non-fiber, so there's nothing I can do. If I'm streaming on 560 or 720, it's lagging all the time. And literally, it is unwatchable and unmanageable. So there's nothing I can do, I'm afraid. They are not providing us with fiber. In Britain, the standard upload on broadband is only 1, whilst I'm playing against other people who are on 1000 uploads. So, as you could imagine, it's very frustrating. Deployment says it's oddly specific. Probably to do with Xbox and its Twitch app, you know, more than anything else. It should be 360 rather than 368, so I don't know what the score is. But I have to tell you that today the Destiny service here, as access from the UK, are not working properly, so we have lots of technical issues, and that's one of the reasons as to why you know, some things may not be performing as well as they should. Okay, he basically took my kill, so I wasted my super, so there you go. Because he is faster than me for about 2 seconds, I can see that all along. And that's so infuriating. I mean, I played a few matches of the Crucible today in order to get the ciphers, and my weapons were just completely ineffective, and it was just a complete waste of time. And also I wasn't getting many ciphers. I got only 3 ciphers out of 9 matches, whilst previously I get 2 ciphers per every second match. So I don't know what's going on today. I'm not really operating properly, unfortunately. That's what it is. Oh no, I just really wanted to get a nightmare. It's not just other guys, it's also me trying to get my scores, but there you go. Falling guillotine is the weapon I'm using. And that's one of the best swords in this game. But actually it's not as powerful as Dark Drinker. So you could see it probably here. Got the best mods, but still doesn't seem to work. Well, doesn't provide that sort of damage that you would expect with Dark Drinker. I guess the similarities with its see, this blocks and also its spin. Spin's quite mighty, but maybe not in this activity. In other activities, because this is like the premium activity. Lots of difficult bosses and enemies. Our friend says, I think it is as if not more powerful than Dark Drinker, as it has more damage option for perks. Yeah, I kind of enabled the mods that I have, you know, and the weapon's doing reasonably well, but not performing too well in the Haunted Forest. Did well elsewhere. Well, it would do quite well elsewhere in the activities, but in here it's a bit sort of halfway. You could see with some of the yellow bar enemies it works, but with the bosses it doesn't really. Tried to eliminate some of the bosses in there, but it didn't really seem to work too well. So we are already on branch 5. Alright. Oops, nearly fell into the hole. Our friend says, yeah, you probably have the wrong perks. No, they're not wrong, but I only picked up the weapon today. It was given to me as reward. It's a seasonal content reward, and I still have to work for some of the other perks that will come together with it. The perks I have on it, I'll show you what they are. Boss spec, but the other ones I don't have yet, you know, so that's just about the only one. Curious to see whether we'll reach level 7, because I've not completed it yet this week, and definitely interesting to see. Oh, this worked, as you can see, so that's pretty good. Level 6 or level 7? It says that Big Knight is not really killable. Yeah, he is just there to annoy us. I learned that. And the perks which you mentioned are the ones that I need to get. I still didn't get them. Range of course, you know. And then we'll obviously use them on the sword. The sword's quite good otherwise. Well, the sword is very good for swarming enemies, because when you spin, you just wipe out everything which is around you. So that's very useful in PvE activities. Where he is unkillable. Oh, you see, the lag killed me because I jumped, and it's just unfortunate. I hate that lag. You probably didn't hear, but I was describing here on my live broadcast the problems I had recently with the ISP. I was asking them as to why still we can't get the fiber, you know, and they sent me an answer saying that I live in a newly built property. The property's been here since 1800. It's just, you can't believe what people do nowadays. It's just really unbelievable, honestly, unbelievable. Where do I go from here? I can't see. It's a bit dark, I'm afraid. Ah, I fell into the hole. Not really. No, I'm falling into the hole like this. And that's death. Relentless and Surrounded. There's another one that Captain Jack recommended. I'll tell you in a minute about it. We are close to it, but it's not really due to my effect and my work. It's more to do with my friends. They're doing really well. They have very powerful weapons, leveled up and everything. So let us see where we need to go. I don't know whether you can see that. I'm spinning and they're dying 3 seconds later. This dreadful wall opened up and let's see what happened in there. To me and to our friends, so what do we do? In purpose. I need to go up to collect my loot. did we complete all 7 tiers? This is what I didn't manage to get. It's 3 collected. I guess we'll find out, right? So Deployment's asking, so you're enjoying the holiday event? Yeah, I'm always enjoying it. I think it's really cool. It's just that today I was grinding and I'm a bit grumpy because of all of those technical issues, you know, that we experienced. And let's see, we'll go back. I can talk to our friends now more openly. We completed the activity. Yep, Deployment's asking about the season. The season's very good, very grindy, and it is combining various activities that you get in Destiny into one. So revisiting Gambit and the Crucible in order to get the Decipher codes and then going back to the Infinite Forest. It does feel repetitive. If you're doing it on a stretch within a few days, I actually prefer combining different activities in order to get some of these rather than do something which is fairly monotonous. I guess people like death matches. I'm not really that keen on them overall, particularly if I'm underperforming on the tech side, which is always the case in here. And today I have to say the Crucible was abysmal. It really was the worst I've had in Destiny 2 altogether. I've had 2 matches at the beginning. You probably can see them on my playback. There were 2 matches at the beginning where the matches finished within less than 3 minutes, and the opposition team had scored 150, we scored 30. So that tells you it's all about the speed and access to the server. Later, as we carried on with some of the matches, it wasn't as bad, but you could really see that some people having massive supremacy. They really, you know, there was one guy having, I think, 47 kills or something like that, and the match wrapped up in 6 minutes. So, you know, that is always of concern, that's always a bit annoying. I think generally I like seasonal content and, you know, the festivals, because they really are a respite from the usual. Doing the seasons is always good with one's own team, and I have to say that our usual team that was present here on my channel had kind of evaporated. We don't really get any of those guys coming in. I'm not sure why, whether they migrated to other games. I actually heard from at least between half dozen veterans who were participating in you know, Destiny activities here on my channel that they've gone to other games, and they said we found really the recent 2 seasons like very repetitive. We don't really want to do any of this because the loot is not particularly good. We've got all the weapons, the role is different, but it's not significantly improving the power levels or the effectiveness of the weapon. So that might be one of the reasons. And the other is everyone's anticipating Beyond Light, all the changes that are going to be introduced. And I think there's a possibility, because in recent months I've not streamed Destiny 1, and Destiny 1 was streamed entirely on the on PlayStation 4, you know, so if people kind of like coming in, they want to be on PlayStation. But I keep saying every single day that if anybody wants to join me, we can very easily just switch to PlayStation. So I have everything connected, which means I will have to just discontinue the broadcast for a couple of minutes and then switch on PlayStation with Destiny fully loaded, and we'll crack on. We'll carry on that console. Therefore, I'm not anymore labeling my streams as being either PS4 or Xbox in order to make sure that, you know, everything is as open as possible. But I think after Beyond Light, the next thing with Destiny will be cross-platform crossplay, and they already had introduced early in the year cross-save. So we'll have people coming in from all platforms, because this is becoming the new normal for all the big multiplayer games. If you're looking at the games like PUBG and Call of Duty Warzone, if you're looking at Apex, all of these are... Actually, Apex is not yet, I think. They... hang on a minute, are they? Yes, they are. They've introduced crossplay, but they said they will not have cross-save. So I find that really bizarre, because if you're doing crossplay, you definitely want to have cross-save, but the idea is that you need to be then grinding it from the very beginning. You know, they have obviously monetary interest in people starting out on a different platform and starting from scratch, because it will just fuel the activity on the game. and I think Destiny made it really a lot more amicable for the gamers, because I can literally switch to PlayStation straight away and I have exactly the same achievements and everything like what I've got here, the same levels, everything's fully saved. Everyone says if you have lots of those cipher decoders, that you can do is to get into the firewalled version of the forest, walk onto the plate to start it, and then just wait for 15 minutes. You'll get all the chests at the end. Well, I didn't realize that. That is a good tip. And how many decoders will I need to have? I'll need probably, what is it, 6 or 8? I need to have all of them on me. Well, I'll try this because I haven't gone down the firewall version, and firewall version I thought was just for single player or for a team that you're bringing in. It tells me that it doesn't have any matchmaking, right? So there's no matchmaking. I can't bring anyone else in who is random, and I'll have to do everything by myself. Deployment says 5. Well, in the Crucible today I was not particularly fortunate. I was getting the cipher codes in dribs and drabs, you know. So for the second lot of Crucible that we played a little while back, I played I think about 8 matches and I got 3 decipher codes. And then earlier today we played 4 matches and I got 5 matches and I got 6 decipher codes. So it's really weird. It doesn't seem to work as well as it should. Not sure what's causing it. Probably some technical issues. And to be fair, they're working day and night on everything being fully compatible with next gen. Therefore, the loading on Xbox is really slow, almost infinite. And then they also already are streaming through Xbox One the next gen graphics. I mean, I can really tell the difference on my setup. I have a top-notch Bravia setup, and ever since they introduced the last update, we are massively enhanced. Like really, the images are beautifully, brightly illuminated. It's just bringing it to the different level, and that's causing. I mean, I believe that that's causing lots of technical issues. So these need to be resolved. And I'm just hoping that once we kick off with Beyond Light, that we're not going to have like a major meltdown of the service. But maybe not, as they're vaulting the vast majority of Destiny 2 content, 4 planets, and all the activities there. We need to wait and see. I think so far Destiny performed really well with some minor hiccups, and I really think that crossplay is going to be the next big thing, because you'll be able to get people who are joining, maybe not PvP, but certainly PvE activities through the tablets and their Android phones, and you have many more gamers in the arena. It'll be very sociable, and they need to really build like a Facebook style community which is inbuilt for people to immediately communicate and throw things in, because there are such forums on the net, and they don't really they appear to be too vast, It's very hard. If you look at some of the postings on Twitter, you have like thousands of postings and you're not sure who to approach, what to say, and they'll need to have something which is communicating literally within the game, and I'm sure that will come. It's just a question of time, and not just for Destiny, for all the other big AAA blockbusters. And everything is evolving rapidly, and I'm really astonished by the quality of gameplay. I played Saints 4 Re-elected, and I found the game to be absolutely fantastic. I loved it, and a complete surprise because I've not played the game previously. I tried it on free play during this weekend, and they offered it on the price, which is for anyone who was obviously a subscriber to Gold and trying it on free play. You had the offer of the full game, and the full game is actually very big. It's a massive amount of content, £3.45, which is just nothing. It's less than a sandwich in my local area. So I loved it. I played it during the weekend. Didn't finish the game, but then we came to a cut-off point on Monday, and I purchased it for £3.50, and I've got it now, so I can carry on playing it. Basically, it's a mixture of GTA and Fallout, the actual concept, and then you have the SF kind of science fiction environment, which I guess would resemble Gears of War. There's some very nasty characters invading the Earth and then destroying the White House and causing a complete mayhem, through which the president is going to be the sole warrior to be contesting and competing with the aliens. And so it's quite funny, lots of good puns and dialogue. And I'm proud to say that I looked at some of the side missions, like 70 side missions. I mean, honestly, that's going to be fairly grindy, but you kind of get to use different vehicles, all sorts of things. I was very surprised, because Saints Row in the past was, I guess, a bit more limiting, and this game in particular, the fourth installment, I found to be very, very exciting, and audio-visually definitely looking very bright, illuminated, and without any glitches, very smooth gameplay. And the feeling I had at the beginning was a bit of Fallout. When you kind of go into the open world and then you explore different things, pick up certain items, you build the inventory. But then you get the GTA element with driving and civilians and all other kinds of things that you need to be neutralizing. And sometimes you don't really know who the enemy is, because just about everyone is shooting at you. And Deployment says, yes, that's correct. Firewall is either a single player or indeed your own team that you bring in. Well, that's how I understood it, yeah. Deployment says it's very easy to grind, and I'm pretty sure you can just do the Lake of Shadows, as it is the fastest strike. Not sure, but I didn't see why it wouldn't drop. Yeah, I'll try. Thanks very much for the tip. We'll try this, because if there's one thing that I found a bit annoying, and not just in the Haunted Forest, but just generally, I think with the strikes in, well, Destiny World overall, you do it with randoms, and you will frequently get a co-op team, right? Two guys together, and they have a particular task. Generally, the younger guys, the younger gamers, they are speed running. They are basically wanting to kind of match themselves with other world records, or they access the information on various forums. In fact, we've had one speedrunner here, well, actually not here, but on Destiny 1. You probably recall he was popping in quite a bit last year, and he was teaching and training other people how to do certain glitches, and in order to do shortcuts and all this. So my problem is, I get into the Haunted Forest, and like you've seen just a moment ago, I can't even get to the enemy. That is partly to do with the lag. If I have a lag which is between 2 and 3 seconds, they can eliminate everything and everyone before I even see any of the enemies. And we've had two situations earlier, I don't know whether you spotted them, but I used my super, and the super was completely ineffective. Like, nobody got caught. In the Crucible, I used my super, and the guy was literally standing, underneath of a particular construction, and he should have been hit by all these void Nova bombs, and he just went up in the air, and super went the other way. It was just like literally as if there was no super, because he had 3 seconds to evac, right? So it's just really performed poorly. But in the Haunted Forest, they were able to kill all the enemies, and I couldn't get to any of the terrorists. So principally, like you said, if I'm doing it by myself, then there certainly will be much greater chance to be reaching some of the tasks and completing the target. So that's exactly what I'll do. And thank you for the tip. Didn't realize. I thought if I did it by myself, it may be too difficult, or it just seemed like, it seems to me that the Haunted Forest is similar to the strikes. It's an activity that requires a proper team effort, and a lot of the guys were not reviving either. I revived everyone, but not many times would they revive me in the Haunted Forest, because they're doing speedruns and they're not interested in helping others. They just want to be getting to that score, which I really don't like. I think if you're doing speedruns, then you need to do it literally within your own framework. Like for instance, if there is a firewall version, then do that rather than just ignore all the other participants. Deployment says the servers have been really bad this week and last. I think this week is much worse. I played it quite a bit last week and there were some problems, but this is all in preparation and in anticipation for the new content, because they work from home, they don't work from Bungie offices, and the scope for everything is much more limiting, and they do not want anything to seriously backfire, particularly with the fact that Destiny is now the game that's pegged to the new Xbox console release. Originally it was to be Halo Infinite, but they weren't ready. Basically they postponed the game for I think next summer or next autumn, and that was a serious kind of nuke really for the new console, because they wanted to have a proprietary game attached to the console. And Destiny will work fine, it's just that it's not the overall brand new game, but no, it's Halo at the end of the day, right? Just a Halo Infinite would have a lot more content, I think, than the DLC that we are getting here. But on the other hand, we need to wait and see. I think considering they're extracting a lot of content from the game, we might be in for a surprise. They might have worked on Beyond Light already for 2 or 3 years, and it's a content that's not been much discussed. And I really would like to see some special editions of the new console, which would be Destiny based or Destiny dedicated. Hence the free access through the Ultimate subscription, which I think is really good. And the only thing we need to pay is the seasons, and for the seasons you will get some of the content for free, all included, and then the other will have to be purchased separately. And I think that will cost something like £10 per season, so it's not really that steep. There's been some speculation during the last few days on the business model that Destiny will be having, and they're all kind of concerned that the business model offered last year with Shadowkeep will be gone, right? And that's basically that the base game is free of charge. We need to wait and see. I mean, it's not possible to predict how COVID pandemic will be affecting the overall industry, but people can't expect for the game of this magnitude to be offered for free without any kind of means of monetization. It's just complete nonsense, and needs to be put into perspective. And getting all the content on Xbox Game Pass is fantastic, and there's been some speculation that Bungie will be bought by Microsoft, and this still might be on cards. Nothing's been kind of confirmed publicly, but you could see that instead of Bungie that purchased Bethesda, purchasing 2 of them at once would be a very, very major bite. But I think Bungie could benefit certainly from that degree of liaison, and from divorcing. Initially they've gone back to Microsoft, and I think certainly in terms of the publicity there's been a major injection given in terms of the marketing budget for Beyond Light and all that is to follow. It will help tremendously, when you have the regular jingles and trailers and announcements on Xbox YouTube channel, because that's one of the main hubs where people kind of introduce themselves to what's new in the industry. And it's very good, it's very well run, and daily updates and daily new trailers and everything, vidocs. So that will definitely benefit. I'm excited. I think I look forward to all that is to follow, and Destiny is certainly the game with one of the greatest communities on the planet, in numbers first of all, and definitely a game that will be enjoyed and played for many, many years to come. They'll need to really juggle the content and come up with some new things. Maybe they'll introduce the story missions like campaigns and Destiny chapters and everything else. We can speculate. But there's been an interesting article in Forbes the other day. Was it in Forbes? In one of the online hubs. They said the biggest problem for an enthusiast or a video game reviewer is the sheer volume of these big games. And they said there's absolutely no way through which you can be playing Fallout 76, Destiny, Elder Scrolls, and some of the other open world games, like for instance the Assassin's Creed Valhalla or the Odyssey, the other games with like the Division 2 major seasonal content, because you'll do no justice. You'll be just hopping from one to another and doing it half-baked, and that's true. That's really like a serious problem for the industry, because at the end of the day they will have a major issue with what game do you actually prefer. When do you migrate to the other? Oh, Captain Jack's here. Hello, sir. How are you doing? Good to see you. We have two veterans in here, Captain Jack and Deployman, and very, very good to see you, gentlemen. Let me see. Our friend said, it's hard to play when you see someone and you try and shoot them. It does nothing because your player model isn't actually there. Yeah, I mean that's basically the problem with the way internet works, and I don't really know. Well, it's the monetary reason, isn't it? You don't actually hear any of that being mentioned from the developers. You never hear that PvP needs to have the same setup if you're to compete. I've never had one company, Infinite Ward or Bungie, saying if you want to play the Crucible, you really need to have exactly the same setup. That includes the same speed of the internet, the same console, the same platform. And they never say that, because they know it'd be a disaster. People can't be investing that degree of money. Or they'll say, well, you can't be competing if I don't have, a particular kind of console, or I should say, a particular kind of computer in addition to the same internet speed. Then obviously I will not be achieving. It's not worthy while of my effort. And that's just something that we have to live with, I'm afraid. I do it for fun, I played PUBG and Apex, and I played recently Rogue Company. Don't know whether you tried it. Rogue Company is a very good game. It's literally brilliant and really very, very smooth in-game mechanics. The characters are really cool. I guess somewhere between halfway between PUBG and Apex, but it does have its own original kind of elements. I really like the characters, and it just seemed like a really, really good game. Also PvP, obviously, and you have matches and rounds. You need to win 7 matches in a row in order to kind of compete, and so really, really cool. Played it quite a bit during the weekend. It was initially offered on a price, but they've gone free of charge for everyone with kind of monetization through the loot and stuff which you can buy, skins. So in fact similar to PUBG and Apex. Actually, I stand corrected, PUBG is not free of charge, but Apex is. And Diplomat says, and then you just die when you were 3 seconds ago. Yeah, I mean that was happening quite a bit today, because like I said, I had 2 matches of the Crucible. They finished in 3 minutes. The opponents had 150, the points, and we had 35. And there was one guy there, 46 kills in less than 3 minutes. So you can tell there's an issue with the tech. Nothing you can do. You just have to accept it, and that's about it. There's, I've done everything I could to get the fastest internet, but it's not happening because these companies operating in Britain generally will not want to do it, and I just need to wait until there's a major upheaval, that we are so well behind everyone and everything that eventually we'll all have it. But that's not happening at the moment, I'm afraid. Can you imagine? I had a message the other day saying I live in a newly built property from the company that's supposed to be basically surveying the network, and they need to know everything about it. And then once I complained, they said, oh, it was just an error. The error was, I can tell you, because they looked it up on Google. They didn't have any hard data. And next to our property, which is like 250, 300 years old, there is a newly built property, looks exactly the same. And they had this issue. They didn't have the infrastructure within the building for the wiring, of the fiber and for the internet as well as satellite television. But that's got nothing to do with us. It's just completely ridiculous. I get an answer of that sort. And our friend says, very unplayable, but it doesn't help that I only get 10 uploads and 9 uploads. It doesn't really. I had Jesse popping in earlier, and Jesse is in Holland, and he said he has very, very bad internet, which is 25 upload. Like in Holland, 25 is considered like below average. And in Britain, the top-notch premium is 15. You have a contract which guarantees 15 upload, and you're paying something like 80 or 90 pounds per month. So what can I tell you? It's ridiculous. And Captain Jack said hello, and he also said, doing well, just get back from the art framer and relaxing. Oh, that's terrific. How was it? Whereabout did you go? Sounds very, very good, and definitely a very, very good activity. Deployman says, I'm also very sick of the cheaters. I was on my first flawless game, so my 7th win, and we matched 3 stack of cheaters and we got streamrolled. Even now I play with someone in the top 500. Yeah, don't know whether you read some postings from the developer of PUBG. They actually banned millions of people worldwide for cheating, and the vast majority of them are cheating on the PCs, because with PCs there is a greater scope for cheating, and I find that to be absolutely appalling and detestable. Sadly, there are people like this persisting, in the same way as you get people who are offensive online or keep saying derogatory things towards women and people of different ethnic backgrounds, and you know, it's a kind of a human problem, but there need to be measures in place to basically deal with such individuals. I think the tech is not as well developed as yet, but in the near future I can guarantee you we are going to be having a much greater means through which people will be blocked for life, and maybe even, you know, booked and brought to prison and all that, because the tech is evolving and we are going to be able to track down every single detail. It already is present for the statutory services if there is need, but not really for the wider public and for the companies. But that will come in due course, you'll see, because ultimately the behavior online in Britain is overtaking the usual kind of live on site behavior. You have people who are a lot more communicating through various apps than actually meeting people in life, and therefore it needs to be treated exactly the same. You know, offending somebody online through social networking or live forums can have a much greater impact than saying something to someone's face. Think of kids and bullying. Create user groups on Facebook which are bullying somebody with hundreds of different derogatory comments. It will have a major impact on this person compared to somebody saying something to the same child in school, like one-to-one. Do you see what I mean? Because all the other people will be watching, listening, throwing in comments, and it's something that really requires a much greater attention. Right, well, thank you very much for coming, guys, Deployman and Captain Jack. Really great to see you. Thank you for being our dedicated channel and community veterans. A lot more is to come from the channel and from Destiny, as you know. I've come to the end of my broadcast because tonight we have footy, in other words, football, and I'll be watching 2 games. I'll watch Croatia against France, and I'll watch England against Denmark, the games that I'm particularly interested in. They'll start in about half hour, so I need to have something to eat. I need to wrap up and get ready for those interesting 90 minutes of footy entertainment. So really look forward to that. Both matches will be very interesting. I guess the one with France and Croatia, it's a replay of the World Cup final, so very, very interested in the result, considering that the Croats never won against France. Obviously definitely beefed up to do that, as they're playing on the home turf. France never better. I watched them with Portugal the other night, and it was a phenomenally fast game. They were literally, you know, back to back for 90 minutes without any goals, strangely enough. But the quality of football on display was second to none, and definitely 2 of the very best teams, I think, in Europe for starters, so maybe in the world as well. So seeing that tonight will be very, very good. I really have to get ready for it. Thank you very much for watching. I just want to say that Captain Jack said, is this place in Baltimore called Framing Place? I go there for everything I need framed. They're really expensive, but their work is phenomenal. Well, that's very, very good to know. I can recommend the place to my American friends, particularly people who live in kind of New Jersey and NYC, or in the surrounding areas of Baltimore. They will be quite interested. I have actually a couple of friends who are well established. One of them is a film director who won an Academy Award a few years back for a short film, and always good to know that you have really good framers around. In Britain, we still have a few, but lots of them couldn't really survive, you know, in the present climate, economic climate, and it was not just present, in the last 15 years. I had an exhibition many years ago, 30 years ago, and I worked as a I had an art therapy group in a therapeutic community, and I organized a major event which was promoting the therapeutic community together with the group of people who participated. So it was quite well publicized, and then I had to really select from about, I think it was about 200 to 300 pieces of work which were completed within 12 months, and get the very best ones framed. And there is a very, very good framing place, or it was, I'm not sure whether it's still there, down on Portobello Road, you know, the famous Portobello Road market, London market, there in West London. And fortunately the framing place was literally across the road from the gallery where we did have our exhibition. So it was absolutely top notch. It was very expensive as well. They had mahogany wood, you know, frames with glass and mounting, and it was absolutely terrific. And I kept then 12 different paintings for myself, which were on display in my office that I had in the city for quite a few years, and then later migrated them to my own home, which also was my office. And really appreciate beautiful frames, because hey, great frames for great artwork, you know, makes a world of difference. Very, very important to know that these are around, and you know, with high quality frames. In Britain we still have a lot of auctions. They sell the old, you know, gilt frames, the big ones. If you had anything which was painted on canvas, or you know, the antiquity types of works, they look perfect in frames. And you come to an auction place, I used to go to one in my local area, you would get hundreds of these, the old frames, you know. But obviously you'd buy them and then you'd be waiting for something to be fitted in, because canvases were not done on certain standards, so you know. Alright, gentlemen, thank you for coming. Thank you for being here tonight, and I should say this afternoon. Always great pleasure to have you here on my channel. Hope you guys are enjoying your Destiny activities. Hope you are also looking forward, as much as myself, to all that is to follow with Beyond Light. We'll be all there on the 10th of November. We'll be grinding some of the activities beforehand, and in my case I have quite a backlog, as Captain Jack surely knows, of the quests that are related to the sequel, the Year 1 and Year 2, and still have to redo some of them. So I want to get to the pinnacle weapons as quickly as I can within the season, and then I'll do all that grinding. I think the grinding for some of them will not be as severe as the more recent ones, and I need to really do as much of that as possible before that 10th of November, because then the planets will be gone and I'll be gone. Right, so once again I thank everyone for watching. Thank you all for being here tonight, for being our valued community members. I will depart now. I'm going to watch football, and certainly I wish you all a very, very enjoyable evening with a lot of successful Destiny gameplay here on various platforms. Hope you guys are enjoying the season, all that is on offer, and indeed that you're looking forward to our next chapter, Beyond Light, on the 10th of November. On that note, I shall wish you all a very, very good night.